In the beginning, there was only the land. The winds rolled across the hills of Canaan, and the sun rose golden over the valleys of the Jordan. Before the names, before the flags, before the wars that would echo through centuries, there was only a quiet place between rivers and seas, where the soil itself seemed to remember the footsteps of all who passed. It was not yet Israel. It was not yet Palestine. It was only a land between empires, where people lived and prayed and buried their dead beneath the same ancient sky. Long before kings and prophets, there were farmers and wanderers. They built small villages of mud, brick and stone, near springs that bubbled from the hillsides. They learned to harvest wheat and barley, to herd goats and sheep. In the cool evenings, they carved figures of clay, small round-bodied women whose shape spoke of fertility and birth, of a world governed by rain, seed, and soil. Archaeologists would one day call them the Natufians, the Canaanites, the first children of this land. They did not call themselves that. They had no name for what they were. They were simply alive in a world that had not yet learned to divide itself. Jericho was already ancient when the pyramids were still dreams in the desert. Its walls rose from the dust like a promise of permanence, a human defiance against time. Behind those walls, people lived generation after generation, farming, trading, building. They could not have known that their city, older than any known civilization, would become the first stone in the foundation of a history that would shape the world. The people worshipped gods of harvest and storm, of sun and moon. They made offerings at stone altars, whispered prayers to unseen spirits. The names of their gods have faded, but their echo remains in the stones of the hills, in the rhythm of language, in the bones of the land. There were no Israelites yet, no Palestinians, no Jews, no Muslims, no Christians. Only people, and the sky above them, endless and unknowable. And then, one day, from beyond the rivers of the east, wanderers came, small tribes, carrying their herds and their stories. They called upon a single God, a God who promised them a land, a future, a covenant. His name was not yet fixed, his voice not yet recorded in Scripture, but his promise was already a seed in the minds of those who listened. These were the early Hebrews, the tribes who would become the children of Israel. According to their own sacred story, a man named Abraham heard this God's call in the land of Ur, far beyond the deserts of the Fertile Crescent. He left his home, his people, and his gods to travel westward, guided only by faith and the voice of a promise. The journey led him to this land, between the river of Egypt and the great Euphrates, and there, beneath an open sky, he was told that his descendants would inherit it forever. It was not a conquest. It was not yet a claim of ownership. It was a belief, that this land was chosen, and that a people were chosen with it. For centuries, this faith would be the thread that bound them to the earth, even when kingdoms rose and fell, even when empires turned their homes to ash. By the 12th century before Christ, the land was shared by many tribes. On the coast, newcomers had arrived from the sea, strong, ambitious people known as the Philistines. Their ships came from distant islands, and their cities, Gaza, Ashkelon, Ashdod, Ekron, would one day give their name to the word Palestine. In the hills, the Israelites took root, building small settlements, planting vineyards, and telling stories around their fires. The land was not theirs alone. It was shared, contested, loved, and fought for, even then. From these beginnings came the stories that still shape memory, of prophets and kings, of a people who believed that their fate was written in covenant. The tribes united under Saul, the first king of Israel, and then under David, who captured the Jebusite city of Jerusalem and made it his capital. In the songs that would later be sung in temples and synagogues, David was a man after God's own heart, warrior, poet, sinner, and saint. Under his rule, the tribes became a nation. His son Solomon built a temple unlike any other, a house of cedar and gold where the divine was said to dwell among men. Pilgrims came from distant lands to see its beauty. Gold from Ophir, incense from Arabia, fine linen from Egypt, all flowed into Jerusalem. But splendor breeds ambition, and ambition breeds division. When Solomon died, the kingdom split in two, Israel in the north, Judah in the south. The covenant remained, but unity was broken. And in the distance, beyond the deserts, the empires of the world began to stir. Assyria, Babylon, Persia, powers vast and merciless, their armies moving like storms across the earth. The Israelites believed that faith would protect them, that their God would not abandon his chosen people. But empires do not listen to faith. In 722 BCE, the Assyrians came, fierce and relentless, tearing through the northern kingdom. The 10 tribes of Israel vanished into exile, scattered across lands they would never see again. A century later, the Babylonians came for Jerusalem. The city was besieged, its walls broken, its temple burned. The people of Judah were taken captive, exiled to Babylon. For the first time, the chosen people were without a home, their covenant tested in the silence of defeat. In exile, something extraordinary happened. Stripped of land and temple, the people turned inward, to memory, to language, to the written word. Their sorrow became scripture. Their longing became law. Out of exile was born the first shape of Judaism, a faith not tied to place, but to remembrance. The idea that God could dwell not in stone, but in spirit. When the Persian king Cyrus conquered Babylon, he allowed the exiles to return. They came back to the ruins of Jerusalem and rebuilt their temple upon the same hill. It was smaller, humbler, but in its heart burned the same hope. Yet they knew the truth now: kingdoms rise, empires fall, but faith endures. Time moved forward. Persia fell to Alexander the Great, and with him came the tide of Greek culture, language, philosophy, temples to gods of marble and light. The land between the Jordan and the sea became Hellenistic, a province in a vast new world. To some, this was progress. To others, desecration. When Greek kings tried to impose their gods upon Jerusalem, rebellion erupted. The Maccabees rose in defiance, reclaiming their temple and purifying it, a moment still remembered each year in the light of Hanukkah candles. For a brief time, they ruled themselves again, the Hasmonean kingdom standing as a fragile symbol of independence. But beyond the horizon, another power was rising, disciplined, methodical, eternal. Rome. In 63 BCE, Roman legions marched into the city. Their eagles glinted in the sun above the Temple Hill. The empire had come, and with it came a new age, one of order, of roads, of taxation, and of crucifixion. Kings became client rulers. Faith became quiet resistance. Beneath the weight of marble and empire, the old covenant still whispered. It was in this age, under the shadow of Rome, that a young man from Galilee began to preach. He spoke not of conquest or kingdom, but of love, mercy, and forgiveness. To some, he was a prophet. To others, a blasphemer. To Rome, a rebel. His name was Jesus of Nazareth, and his words would one day reshape the world. They nailed him to a cross on a hill outside the city. The sun darkened. The crowd dispersed. And somewhere in that moment of death, a new faith was born, one that would carry the name of this land to every corner of the earth. The years that followed were turbulent. Revolts, crucifixions, uprisings. In 70 CE, Roman legions returned to Jerusalem and burned the Second Temple to the ground. The smoke rose into the sky like the soul of a dying world. The Jewish people were scattered once again, into exile, into diaspora. Some remained, holding on to the stones of their ancestors. Others wandered, carrying their faith as their homeland. Yet through it all, the land remained what it had always been: sacred, wounded, eternal. A place where stories are heavier than mountains, and prayers rise like dust into the blue. It had seen Canaanites and Philistines, Israelites and Romans, conquerors and exiles. Each had come believing they were home. Each had left their footprints, their bones, their prayers. And so the story began, not of politics, not yet of nations, but of people and earth, forever bound together by longing. A land where heaven and earth meet, and where every stone carries a memory. A land that remembers everything. The winds still move across the hills. The olive trees still twist in the light. And the ancient city waits, silent and watchful, for the next empire to rise, and fall, and rise again. The fire that consumed the temple in Jerusalem. did not end a story. It only scattered it. The wind carried ashes across the desert, and in those ashes, a people learned how to survive without a home. They had lost the city that had once been their heart, but they kept its memory alive in every prayer, in every song, in every whisper of mourning beside the rivers of Babylon. They had been defeated, yet they would not disappear. A nation was no longer a matter of borders. It was a matter of faith. They remembered Zion not as a place of stone, but as an idea. The Psalms spoke of a return, of rebuilding, of redemption. Even when the roads of exile stretched endlessly ahead, they carried the dream of Jerusalem within them like a flame that refused to die. In time, that flame became their scripture, their identity, their resistance against oblivion. Empires rose and fell around them. The Persians came first, ruled with tolerance, and allowed the exiles to return. Some did. Many did not. The journey was long, the world had changed, and Babylon itself had become a second home. Those who returned found ruins where a city once stood, but they rebuilt. They raised walls again, smaller but sturdy, and on the hill where Solomon's temple once stood, they built anew, a second house for their God. The years passed like water through sand. The Persians fell to Alexander of Macedon, a conqueror whose armies carried Greek language and culture across the world. Under the new order, temples rose to Zeus and Athena, theaters echoed with the words of playwrights, and markets sold goods from every horizon. Jerusalem became a city of contrasts, Greek marble beside Hebrew prayer, statues beside scrolls. To some, it was enlightenment. To others, it was desecration. Not all could accept the blending of worlds. A spark caught in the dry air of resentment. Greek soldiers entered the temple, placing their idols within its sacred walls. The outrage that followed lit a fire across Judea. The Maccabees, a family of priests turned warriors, took up arms. Their revolt was fierce, desperate, and victorious. For the first time in generations, Jerusalem was free. They cleansed the temple, relit its lamps, and restored the worship of their own God. For a moment, independence returned. But time does not honor victories for long. Greed and power returned to the hearts of men. The new rulers, the Hasmoneans, became kings in all but name, and their quarrels tore the land apart once more. The divisions within were as dangerous as the empires without. And beyond the horizon, the greatest empire the world had yet seen was already watching. The legions of Rome had conquered the Mediterranean, one province at a time, until only the eastern lands remained unconquered. When the Roman general Pompey arrived in Jerusalem, he found a city divided by civil war. The gates were opened, and with them, the long shadow of Rome entered the Holy Land. The Romans brought order, roads, and taxes. They brought governors who spoke Latin and soldiers who carried eagles on their banners. The Jewish people were allowed to keep their religion, but they no longer ruled their own destiny. They were subjects of an empire that demanded peace, the peace of submission. In the small towns and villages of Galilee, among fishermen and shepherds, there grew a quiet longing. Not for empire, but for deliverance. A voice began to rise from among them, soft, compassionate, unlike the cries of kings or conquerors. It spoke of mercy, forgiveness, and love. It spoke of a kingdom not of this world. His name was Jesus. He walked the roads of the countryside, healing the sick, speaking to the poor, teaching in parables that seemed simple but carried the weight of truth. His followers believed he was the promised one, the Messiah who would restore Israel and bring peace. Others feared him, the priests who saw blasphemy, the Romans who saw rebellion. In a world ruled by empire, a man who spoke of a kingdom of heaven was dangerous. They took him, tried him, and nailed him to a wooden cross outside the city. It was a punishment reserved for rebels. The sky darkened, the earth trembled, and yet the empire stood unmoved. To Rome, it was just another execution. To his followers, it was the beginning of eternity. His teaching spread, carried first by those who had known him, then by those who only knew his story. Within decades, his message reached beyond Judea, across the Mediterranean, through the streets of Antioch, Alexandria, and Rome itself. The faith born in one corner of this troubled land would one day become the heart of the West. But in his homeland, peace did not come. Decades after his death, the weight of Roman rule grew unbearable. Taxes crushed the farmers, soldiers patrolled the streets, and governors ruled with cruelty. The people rose in rebellion. It was fierce, uncoordinated, and doomed. The legions marched on Jerusalem, their banners glinting in the sunlight, their drums echoing like thunder. The siege was long, the famine worse than death. When the Romans finally entered the city in 70 CE, they burned the temple once more. The gold melted and ran between the stones like tears. Those who survived were sold as slaves or scattered across the empire. The city that had been promised became a grave. Yet even in destruction, memory persisted. The rabbis gathered what remained of their wisdom, writing the words that would preserve their faith, the Mishnah, the Talmud, texts that would outlast every empire that rose above them. They could no longer offer sacrifices at the temple, but they could offer words, and those words became a new temple, one built in the heart and mind. Rome renamed the land after the old enemies of Israel, calling it Syria Palestina. It was an insult, an erasure, an attempt to turn memory into dust. But history does not vanish with the stroke of a name. The land endured, its stones remembering what men forgot. For centuries, Jerusalem remained a city of ruins and prayers. Empires came and went, Rome turned to Byzantium, Byzantium to shadow. The faiths that were born from this soil multiplied and divided. Christians came to see the city as the place of resurrection, Jews as the lost home of their ancestors, Muslims as a site of ascension. The same city held 3 heavens in its walls, and each would, in time, fight to claim it. But before those wars, before the clash of crescent and cross, another transformation would arrive, not by sword, but by revelation. In the deserts of Arabia, a man began to hear the voice of God once more. His words would carry the faith of Islam, and within a single century, his followers would reach Jerusalem's gates. For the land that had once known the sons of Israel and the legions of Rome was destined to know them all. And yet, beneath the shifting banners and broken walls, the land itself remained silent, ancient, and patient. It had seen kings, prophets, conquerors, and saints. It had seen temples burn and rise again. It had seen blood and prayer fall upon the same earth. The soil remembered everything. The story of Israel and Palestine is not the story of one people or one faith. It is the story of all humanity reflected in one small corner of the world, our hope, our greed, our faith, our cruelty, our need to belong. It is the story of exile and return, of promise and betrayal, of the eternal struggle between memory and forgetting. The Romans believed they had buried a nation. Instead, they had planted one that would never die. And as centuries turned, and new empires rose from the dust, the old promise still whispered in the wind, the promise of a land between rivers and seas, where the divine once walked among men. The desert wind carried more than sand now, it carried words. Words that would reshape empires and hearts alike. From the ancient city of Mecca came a voice reciting verses of unity, mercy, and submission to one God. The man who spoke them, Muhammad, was a merchant once, a quiet soul who heard revelation in the solitude of a cave. His message spread like fire among the dunes. Some resisted, others followed. In time, Arabia was transformed, united not by tribe or blood, but by faith. Islam had been born, and with it, a new world was awakening. The armies that moved under the green banners of Islam were not driven merely by conquest, they were driven by conviction. To them, every battle was a continuation of revelation, every march a step toward fulfilling divine purpose. The Byzantine Empire, weary from wars with Persia, could not withstand the tide that came from the south. In 637 CE, the Muslim army reached Jerusalem. The city, long scarred by war, surrendered without bloodshed. When Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab entered the city, he did not come as a conqueror, but as a pilgrim. He refused to pray inside the Christian church, fearing his followers might one day turn it into a mosque. Instead, he prayed outside, where later the Al-Aqsa Mosque would rise. On the Temple Mount, where once the Jewish temple had stood and Roman soldiers had trampled, a new sanctuary was built, the Dome of the Rock, gleaming gold beneath the sun, its calligraphy proclaiming the oneness of God. For the first time in centuries, Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. Christians were granted safety, their churches preserved. The land that had been drenched in blood was, for a moment, at peace. Under early Islamic rule, the city became a place of pilgrimage and learning. Scholars from distant lands came to walk its streets, to argue theology, to gaze upon the sacred stones that had witnessed prophets. But peace, like empire, never lasts forever. The caliphates grew powerful and proud. The Umayyads built their palaces in Damascus, turning the simple faith of the desert into the splendor of kingship. Then came the Abbasids, who moved the capital to Baghdad, a city that became the heart of a golden age. There, under the flicker of oil lamps, scholars preserved the knowledge of Greece, Persia, and India. Science, poetry, and philosophy flourished. Yet Jerusalem, though distant from the new capital, remained a spiritual center. It was the third holiest site in Islam, the place of the Prophet's night journey, the ascent to heaven itself. Pilgrims climbed its hills in reverence. And still, beneath the calm rhythm of devotion, the memory of older claims lingered. Centuries passed, and in the lands of Europe, whispers began to rise. Stories of the holy city under Muslim control stirred hearts and sermons. The Church spoke of liberation, of reclaiming the city of Christ's passion. The age of the Crusades was about to begin. It started not with armies, but with words. In 1095, at the Council of Clermont, Pope Urban II stood before the crowd and cried out, Deus vult. God wills it. He called upon the knights of Europe to take up the cross and free the Holy Land from the infidel. The crowd roared, their fervor mixing faith with vengeance. They sewed crosses onto their cloaks and began a march that would reshape continents. The First Crusade was chaos wrapped in devotion. Armies of peasants and knights trudged across Europe and Anatolia, starving, fighting, dying. Yet those who survived reached Jerusalem in 1099. What followed was not liberation but massacre. The Crusaders breached the walls and unleashed slaughter upon the city. Muslims, Jews, even Christians of the East fell before their blades. Blood filled the streets. The victors wept with joy and horror at once, claiming they had done God's will. Jerusalem was transformed again, its mosques turned into churches, its sanctuaries defiled. The Dome of the Rock became the Templum Domini, the Temple of the Lord. The Al-Aqsa Mosque became the home of the Knights Templar, a new order of warrior monks sworn to defend the city and the faith. The Crusader Kingdom of Jerusalem was born, fragile and surrounded by enemies. For nearly a century, it survived, its kings crowned in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, its streets echoing with Latin chants. Yet beyond its borders, a new force was rising. From the deserts of Syria came a man named Salah ad-Din, Saladin, a warrior of honor and piety. Unlike many before him, he fought not for gold but for faith and justice. Saladin united the fractured Muslim world, rallying Arabs, Kurds, and Turks under one banner. His armies met the Crusaders in battle at Hattin in 1187, under the blazing sun of Galilee. The Christian army, weighed down by arrogance and thirst, fell. Saladin took Jerusalem soon after, but he did not repeat the massacres of his foes. He entered the city in peace. He allowed Christians to leave, Jews to return, and Muslims to pray once more beneath the Dome of the Rock. The city was sacred to all, and he treated it as such. In Europe, his chivalry became legend. Kings spoke his name with grudging admiration. Yet his victory did not end the struggle. More crusades followed, armies led by emperors and kings, by Richard the Lionheart, by Frederick II, by Louis IX. They came, they fought, they died, and the city changed hands again and again, like a relic passed between empires. Through the centuries, Jerusalem was ruled by many, Ayyubids, Mamluks, Ottomans, each leaving their mark. The Mamluks, fierce warriors who once were slaves, restored the city's mosques and schools. The Ottomans, under Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent, rebuilt its walls, the same walls that stand today. The Golden Dome still gleamed, and pilgrims of all faiths walked beneath its shadow. But beneath the quiet rhythms of devotion, the world was changing. The Crusades had ended, but the age of empire had only begun anew, this time not with crosses, but with cannons, trade, and ambition. The Western powers were rising, their ships crossing oceans, their eyes set on distant lands. Jerusalem was no longer the center of their wars, but it remained the symbol of something eternal. The Jews, scattered across continents, still turned toward it in prayer. In synagogues from Spain to Yemen, from Poland to Morocco, they whispered, "Next year in Jerusalem." Christians spoke of it as the city of redemption. Muslims as the place of ascension. It was more than a city, it was a mirror of the soul of humanity, reflecting all its glory and all its sin. Centuries would pass before the world remembered the land not as a distant relic of faith, but as a living place once more, a land where exiles dreamed of return, and where empires, old and new, would once again draw lines in the dust. For though the Crusades had ended, the struggle for the Holy Land had not. It had only changed its form. The swords of faith would one day be replaced by treaties, armies, and flags, but the longing would remain. And in that longing, the seeds of the modern conflict were already sown, buried deep beneath centuries of stone and scripture. Because history, in this land, never ends. It only waits. The empire was old, and the stones beneath its feet were older still. For 400 years, the Ottoman banner had cast its shadow over the lands between the Jordan and the sea. Caravans passed through its gates carrying silk, salt, and pilgrims. Minarets rose beside church towers. The muezzin's call answered the monastery bell, and for a time, the rhythm of faith found balance. In Jerusalem, shopkeepers spoke in Arabic, Armenian, Greek, and Ladino. The air smelled of spice and dust. A world held together by custom more than by peace. But empires age like men. Their bones grow brittle, their hearts tire. By the 19th century, the Ottoman world was fading, its borders gnawed by ambition and rebellion. Europe was rising, industrial, restless, and hungry for dominion. Steamships and telegraphs had replaced caravans and letters. The West looked eastward, and what it saw was opportunity disguised as destiny. For Europe, the East was a mirror of its own conscience, holy, exotic, wounded. For the Jews scattered across its cities and ghettos, it was something else entirely, a promise remembered. They had lived centuries in exile, praying toward a land they had never seen. Their faith carried the memory of Zion, but time had made it dreamlike, a symbol more than a place. Yet symbols, when fed by suffering, can awaken. In the cities of Europe, the old prejudices had found new masks. Pogroms swept through the Russian Empire, villages burned, synagogues desecrated, names erased. In the cafés of Vienna, Paris, and Berlin, Jewish intellectuals debated identity. Were they citizens or exiles? Europeans or strangers forever at the gate? And in the midst of this uncertainty, one man put pen to paper and wrote an idea that would change history. Theodor Herzl. A journalist from Budapest, standing amid the fury of the Dreyfus affair, watched as Paris screamed death to the Jews, and understood something profound. If even in the heart of enlightenment, hatred could bloom so easily, then the dream of assimilation was a mirage. Herzl wrote Der Judenstaat, the Jewish state. It was not a religious plea, but a political manifesto. If the world would not accept the Jews as equals, they must have a home of their own. And that home, he declared, could only be in the land of their ancestors, Palestine. The word itself was both ancient and alive. For Herzl and the Zionist Congress that followed, it carried echoes of covenant and prophecy. For the Arab farmers who plowed its soil, it was the name of the land beneath their feet, their fathers' olive trees, their children's graves. Two dreams were about to converge upon the same hills. At first, the movement was small. Idealists, poets, and scholars sold their belongings and sailed east. They came not as conquerors but as returnees, believing they were reviving a nation long asleep. They bought land, sometimes from absentee landlords in Beirut or Istanbul, and began to build. They drained swamps, planted orchards, built kibbutzim, collective farms where Hebrew was spoken as a living language again. They named their settlements after biblical towns, reviving words that had not been uttered for 2,000 years. To the local Arab peasants, the newcomers seemed strange, European in dress, foreign in speech, driven by a purpose they could not yet understand. But they noticed the fences. They noticed the land changing hands. What had been shared pastures for generations was suddenly marked with boundaries. The Ottoman officials recorded sales in dusty ledgers, unaware that those lines would one day ignite wars. In Jerusalem, the ancient city watched with indifference. Its alleys still smelled of smoke and prayer. Muslims, Christians, and Jews lived side by side as they had for centuries, uneasy at times, but bound by routine. Yet the quiet was deceptive. The empire was crumbling, and foreign powers were already circling. The British had built their empire on trade routes and holy symbols. To them, Palestine was not merely land, it was the bridge to India, the gateway of prophecy, the crossroad of empire. The French dreamed of cathedrals and crusader ruins. The Germans sent archaeologists and engineers, building railways in the name of friendship but with eyes on the future. And beneath their feet, history stirred once more. When war came in 1914, it came like a storm tearing through centuries of dust. The Ottoman Empire sided with Germany, believing old alliances could protect it from collapse. But the Great War was not like any before it, it devoured borders and beliefs alike. In the deserts of Arabia, British agents whispered promises to Arab leaders, rise against the Turks, and independence will be yours. Among them was Sharif Hussein of Mecca, who dreamed of an Arab kingdom stretching from Damascus to Aden. His sons, Faisal and Abdullah, rode beneath banners of revolt, their armies guided by a strange Englishman in desert robes, T.E. Lawrence. The Arab revolt flared like a torch in the night, and the Ottomans faltered. Jerusalem, weary of empires, fell to British troops in December 1917. General Allenby entered the city on foot, refusing to ride out of respect for its sanctity. For the first time in centuries, a European army controlled the holy city again. But even as flags were raised, new lines were being drawn, lines no one living there had asked for. In secret rooms far from the desert, diplomats from Britain and France signed the Sykes-Picot Agreement, dividing the Arab lands between them like spoils. Syria to France. Iraq and Palestine to Britain. Promises of freedom dissolved into ink. And then came another promise. In November 1917, the British government issued the Balfour Declaration. His Majesty's government views with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, a single sentence, 67 words, that would echo for a century. To Jews, it was hope made real. To Arabs, it was betrayal wrapped in parchment. When the war ended, the Ottoman crescent fell. From its ruins rose the British Mandate for Palestine, sanctioned by the League of Nations. London would rule the land until its people were ready for independence. But who were its people? Two nations now lived within one promise, each believing the land was theirs by right, one by covenant, the other by continuity. Jewish immigration surged through the 1920s and 1930s. Kibbutzim multiplied, Hebrew became official, Tel Aviv rose from sand dunes into a city of white stone and jazz cafes. Arab peasants watched as land they had tilled for generations passed to newcomers with foreign papers. Tensions turned to riots, riots to rebellion. The British responded with soldiers and curfews, their empire trying to hold balance over a wound that would not close. And then the world burned again. The Holocaust turned Europe's silence into graveyards. 6 million Jews murdered. A number too vast for comprehension, yet each life a universe extinguished. When the survivors staggered from the camps, many had only one word on their lips, Palestine. The world that had watched them perish now looked to that narrow land as redemption, as compensation, as atonement. But for those already living there, it meant something else, displacement, fear, the beginning of an ending they could not yet name. The storm that had begun in the deserts of Arabia, in the ink of diplomats and the dreams of poets, was about to break fully. The Ottomans had fallen. The British held the reins. The Jews were returning. And the Palestinians, who still did not yet call themselves by that name, were awakening to the realization that history had chosen their homeland as the stage for one of the greatest tragedies of the modern age. The world had redrawn the map. But on the ground, in the olive groves and the crowded souks, life went on, markets opened, prayers rose, children were born. People continued to live, because that is what people do, even as the tide of history gathers to sweep them away. What was once empire had become mandate, and what was once coexistence had become contest. The land between river and sea was changing again, and this time, it would not change quietly. The British Mandate and the rising storm. The dust had not yet settled after the Great War, and already men in distant offices were carving up the world with rulers and pens. Maps that had once been shaded with the colors of the Ottoman Empire were now pale and open, waiting for new borders, new names, new masters. The Middle East, once a realm of deserts and dynasties, was being redesigned by strangers who had never felt its heat nor heard its languages. Among those lines was drawn a narrow strip of land between the river and the sea, ancient, sacred, restless. Palestine. The League of Nations declared it a British mandate in 1922, but the truth was simpler and darker: it was a colony by another name. Britain was to guide it, they said, to independence. But independence for whom? Two peoples, two dreams, one land. Jerusalem, where empires had always met their destiny, now bore the Union Jack above its citadel. British soldiers patrolled the old city's gates, their boots echoed off stones that had felt the sandals of prophets and the hooves of crusaders. The local Arabs, Muslims and Christians alike, watched the newcomers with wary eyes. The Jews, many of them newly arrived from Europe, saw in the British a promise, perhaps even protection. For a time, it seemed possible that both could coexist under the shadow of empire. But empires do not understand coexistence. They understand order. And order, when imposed upon centuries of history, becomes pressure. Pressure that builds until it explodes. The British sought to balance the unbalanceable. On one hand, the Balfour Declaration, their promise of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. On the other, the assurance to the Arab leaders who had risen against the Turks that they too would have independence. Two promises, one land. Contradiction dressed as diplomacy. In the 1920s, the land began to change. Immigrants arrived from Poland, Russia, Germany, Yemen. They came with languages that clashed and faith that united. They built kibbutzim in the Galilee, drained swamps in the Hula Valley, planted orange groves in Jaffa, and raised the white stone houses of Tel Aviv by the sea. To many Jews, it was the rebirth of a nation long dead. But for the Arab villagers who watched these settlements grow, it was the beginning of dispossession. Land that had been their families for generations was being sold, sometimes willingly, sometimes through the cunning of absentee landlords in Beirut or Damascus. The papers were signed in distant cities, but the consequences were felt in the dust. Farmers were evicted. Shepherds found fences where there had once been open fields. Rumors spread through the countryside, of European newcomers who planned not just to live in the land, but to claim it. The word Zionist became both dream and threat, depending on which tongue spoke it. In 1920, violence erupted in Jerusalem. Riots broke out between Arabs and Jews. The British restored order with rifles and curfews, but the damage was done. Trust had begun to die. 2 years later, it happened again, this time in Jaffa. Arab mobs attacked Jewish neighborhoods, Jewish militias retaliated. Bodies lay in the streets, and the dream of peace seemed to fade like the smoke above the port. The British responded with commissions, reports, and white papers, each one an attempt to explain the unexplainable, to pacify the unpacifiable. But the truth lay deeper. The land itself was the battleground, and every tree planted, every house built, every field fenced was an act of defiance. By the 1930s, the Jewish population had swelled to over 400,000. Tel Aviv hummed with life, cafes, theaters, printing presses. Hebrew, once a language of scripture, now filled the air with laughter and argument. The Zionist dream was no longer theoretical, it was tangible. But for the Arab majority, it was a nightmare taking shape before their eyes. The Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, Haj Amin al-Husseini, emerged as the voice of Palestinian resistance. To his followers, he was a defender of the homeland and of Islam's sanctities. To the British, he was a troublesome agitator. He warned that the Jews did not come as guests, but as heirs claiming inheritance. His sermons filled the mosques with fury, his words traveled through bazaars and villages like sparks in dry grass. The British tried to restrain him, then tried to use him, and finally exiled him. But ideas do not need a body to survive. In 1929, Jerusalem burned again. The spark this time was the Western Wall, the last remnant of the Jewish temple, the holiest site in Judaism, and a sacred place for Muslims as part of Al-Aqsa Mosque. What began as a dispute over access became a riot that engulfed Hebron, Safed, and Jerusalem itself. 67 Jews were murdered in Hebron, a city where Jews had lived for centuries beside Muslims. The survivors fled, leaving behind homes, synagogues, and graves, the ancient coexistence shattered. By the time the British restored control, hundreds were dead, thousands wounded. The commission that followed called it a clash of two nationalisms, but nationalism was a word too modern, too clean. It was older than that, it was the collision of memory and survival. The British Mandate had become a prison of contradictions. They built roads, schools, and institutions, yet every road carried soldiers, every school taught children who would one day fight each other. London wanted quiet, but the land itself whispered rebellion. And rebellion came. In 1936, the Arabs of Palestine rose in what became known as the Great Revolt. It began with strikes, against British rule, against Jewish immigration, against the loss of the land. Markets closed. Railways were sabotaged. Armed bands formed in the hills, attacking convoys and patrols. The British responded with overwhelming force. They built forts, imposed collective punishments, demolished houses suspected of sheltering rebels. By 1939, over 5,000 Arabs were dead, thousands more imprisoned or exiled. The revolt was crushed, but its echoes would last for generations. Ironically, it was during this time that the British began to fear what they had once promised. The Zionist dream was growing too powerful, too organized, too determined. In 1939, they issued the White Paper, limiting Jewish immigration to just 75,000 over 5 years, promising an independent Palestine within 10. To the Arabs, it was too little, too late. To the Jews, it was betrayal. But before anyone could react, the world was swallowed again by war. In 1939, Europe erupted. Nazi Germany's shadow fell across the continent, and with it came a darkness the world had never known. The Holocaust began not as an event, but as a policy, then a machine. Trains rolled toward camps with names like ghosts, Auschwitz, Treblinka, Sobibor. 6 million Jews perished in the industrial fire of hatred. And still, ships set sail from Europe, packed with refugees seeking the one land they believed would take them in. The British, bound by their White Paper, turned them away. Some were sent back to Europe, to death. Others were interned in camps on Cyprus, their dreams of Zion turned into waiting. Within Palestine, the Jewish community, the Yishuv, was torn. Many joined the British Army, fighting against Hitler, believing that victory for the Allies would mean justice for their people. Others grew impatient. Underground groups formed, the Haganah, the Irgun, the Stern Gang. They believed that if the British would not deliver a homeland, they would take it themselves. Meanwhile, the Arabs watched as the war redrew the world again, as borders shifted and empires crumbled. They had risen once for independence and been crushed, now they waited, wary, uncertain. The Mufti, in exile, allied himself with Hitler, a decision that would haunt Palestinian politics for decades. But most of his people simply endured, surviving beneath the weight of occupation and history. By 1945, the war had ended, but the peace was illusion. The camps were liberated, the dead counted, the survivors restless. Europe was in ruins. The world, shamed by what it had allowed, turned its eyes once more to Palestine. The Jewish people had paid for the world's indifference in blood, and now the world sought redemption, but redemption at another people's expense. The British found themselves trapped in the web they had spun. Every promise they had made contradicted another. The Jews wanted a state. The Arabs wanted freedom. Britain wanted to leave, but not in disgrace. And as soldiers patrolled the streets of Jerusalem, as bombs tore through British clubs and police stations, as villages whispered of revenge and hope, one truth became clear. The empire that had promised peace had delivered only partition. And partition was coming. The sun was setting on the British Empire, but in Palestine the light was anything but gentle. The war in Europe had ended, yet here another was beginning, one born not from the ambitions of generals but from the collisions of promises. The British, weary and wounded from 6 years of global conflict, no longer had the will to govern a land that refused to be ruled. Their soldiers patrolled streets haunted by suspicion. Every stone, every shadow seemed to conceal an enemy. The Zionist undergrounds, Haganah, Ergun, and Lehi, had turned their weapons not only against the Arabs but also against the British who blocked the gates of the Promised Land. Bombs thundered in the night, police stations crumbled, the King David Hotel in Jerusalem was ripped open by explosives. Beneath its shattered facade lay the remains of Britain's illusion of control. The world that emerged from World War II was different, and so were its sympathies. The photographs of skeletal survivors, tattooed with numbers, stirred a collective guilt that could not be quieted by treaties or tribunals. For many in the West, the establishment of a Jewish homeland now seemed not only just but necessary, a moral repayment for centuries of persecution culminating in the Holocaust. But for the Arabs of Palestine, who had never built the gas chambers or guarded the trains, this new sympathy felt like betrayal. They saw a people rising from tragedy, yet rising upon their own land. The United Nations, newborn and hopeful, inherited the impossible question Britain could not answer: who owns a homeland shared by two dreams? In 1947, it convened a commission, listening to pleas and prophecies in marble halls oceans away from the soil they described. The result was the Partition Plan, Resolution 181. On maps drawn in blue ink, the land was divided, 56% to the Jews, 43% to the Arabs, and Jerusalem an international city under UN control. To foreign diplomats, it seemed fair, 2 states for 2 peoples. But numbers on paper do not bleed, and maps do not show olive trees or ancestral graves. The Jewish leadership, led by David Ben-Gurion, accepted the plan with weary pragmatism. It was not all they dreamed of, but it was a beginning, a foothold for the rebirth of a nation long exiled. The Arab leadership rejected it outright. To them, it was theft legitimized by vote, the carving of their homeland by strangers. As the resolution passed in November 1947, Jewish crowds danced in the streets of Tel Aviv, waving flags, singing hymns of return. In Jaffa, Haifa, Hebron, and Jerusalem, silence thickened into fear. Within hours, the celebrations turned into skirmishes, and the skirmishes into war. Neighbors who had traded in the same markets now faced each other across barricades. Convoys were ambushed on narrow roads, buses were set ablaze, families fled their homes at night, leaving behind unlocked doors and unfinished meals. The British watched, their departure already decided. They no longer intervened, except to protect their own. The mandate would end on May 14, 1948, and they counted the days like prisoners waiting for release. Meanwhile, Jewish forces consolidated. The Haganah transformed from a clandestine militia into a disciplined army. Under its command were the Palmach units, veterans of the war against Hitler, hardened and idealistic. The Ergun and Lehi, though more radical, were reluctantly coordinated under a shared purpose: survival. On the Arab side, disunity reigned. The local militias were brave but poorly armed, divided by clan and command. Arab regimes beyond Palestine offered words of solidarity but little else. They were kingdoms wary of their own people, each fearful that open war might ignite revolt within their borders. As 1948 dawned, the violence deepened. In April came the massacre at Deir Yassin, a small village west of Jerusalem. Ergun and Lehi fighters attacked at dawn, claiming the village had harbored Arab irregulars. By nightfall, more than 100 men, women, and children were dead. News spread like wildfire, carried by rumor and fear. thousands of Palestinians fled their villages, believing that the same fate awaited them next. The exodus began, one that would come to define generations. By May, the British flag descended for the last time over Jerusalem. The streets were empty, the empire gone, the mandate ended. And in that vacuum, Ben-Gurion stepped forward in Tel Aviv and read aloud the declaration of the establishment of the State of Israel. Outside, the people cheered. Inside, the new government was already at war. Within hours, armies from Egypt, Transjordan, Syria, Lebanon, and Iraq crossed the borders. The Arab states, humiliated by partition and pressured by public anger, promised to drive the Zionists into the sea. The radio waves filled with the rhetoric of liberation. But the reality on the ground was chaos. Coordination was minimal, strategy confused. Each army pursued its own interest. Jordan sought Jerusalem, Egypt the south, Syria the Galilee. Israel fought with desperation. Its weapons were smuggled from Czechoslovakia, its soldiers a patchwork of languages and memories. Survivors of Auschwitz fought beside farmers from the kibbutz, refugees beside natives of Jerusalem. The war was not only for territory, it was for existence. In the first weeks, Arab forces gained ground. The road to Jerusalem was cut, and the city itself besieged. Food and water dwindled, convoys were ambushed. Yet Israel improvised, building the secret Burma Road through the Judean hills to supply the city. The lifeline held, and with it, Jerusalem endured. Then, momentum shifted. Israel counterattacked, capturing territory beyond the borders allotted by the UN plan. The armies that had entered as liberators began to retreat. Villages were depopulated, towns emptied. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinians fled or were expelled, from Lydda, Ramel, Haifa, Acre. Some left in fear of fighting, others were forced out at gunpoint. They believed they would return when the Arab armies triumphed. They never did. By the end of 1948, more than 700,000 Palestinians were refugees, scattered across Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Gaza, and the West Bank. Their keys hung around their necks, symbols of homes they would never see again. They called it al-Nakba, the catastrophe. For the new state of Israel, it was the war of independence, the miraculous birth of a nation reborn from ashes. For the Palestinians, it was the loss of homeland, history, and hope. Two narratives were born that year, both true, both tragic, and both destined to collide forever. The ceasefires that followed in 1949 drew new lines across the land, armistice borders that hardened into realities. Israel controlled far more than the UN plan had granted. Jordan held the West Bank and East Jerusalem, Egypt controlled Gaza. The dream of a Palestinian state faded like the dust over abandoned fields. In refugee camps, tents stretched to the horizon. Children were born without citizenship, growing up beneath canvas roofs and UN ration banners. In Israel, meanwhile, immigrants arrived from Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East, building new cities, planting new orchards, writing new textbooks. The Hebrew language flourished, the desert bloomed, and the state consolidated under a narrative of survival. Yet beneath that triumph lay silence. The ruins of hundreds of Arab villages were overgrown with pine trees. Their names vanished from maps, replaced by new Hebrew ones. Where one people saw renewal, the other saw erasure. Jerusalem remained divided, west for Israel, east for Jordan. Barbed wire cut through its heart, and soldiers guarded sacred sites once open to all. The city of peace was now a border. Britain was gone, but its ghost lingered, in the lines it had drawn, in the contradictions it had left behind. The empire's retreat had not ended conflict, it had only changed its shape. The refugees waited. The new nation prepared. The Arab world seethed. And between the two, an invisible wall began to rise, not of stone, but of memory, of stories told to children on both sides of the barbed wire. For Israel, 1948 was the year of return. For Palestine, it was the year of exile. Both believed history was on their side. The guns fell silent, but the war had not ended. It had only paused, a breath before the next storm. And in that breath, between victory and loss, the world began to change once more. The war had ended, but the silence it left behind was uneasy. Across the Middle East, the sound of victory songs faded into whispers of regret. The guns were silent, yet the air was still heavy with smoke. 1949 marked the drawing of armistice lines, but they were not borders of peace, they were pauses, fragile and uncertain, drawn across a land still bleeding from history. In Israel, life began again, as if trying to outrun the shadows of exile. Immigrants arrived in waves, from Europe, North Africa, and the ruins of war. Ships unloaded families who carried memories instead of luggage. Camps were built for them, known as ma'abarat, rows of tents and shacks in the dust, where new arrivals waited to be absorbed into the young nation. The state was poor, its soil dry, but its will was iron. Roads were paved, deserts irrigated, and Hebrew returned from prayer books to daily speech. The Jewish people, scattered for centuries, had found a homeland, but not yet peace. The borders were restless. Snipers watched from distant hills. Each night, across the armistice lines, shadows slipped through the fields. These were the Fedayeen, Palestinian guerrillas, men driven from their villages now striking back from the refugee camps of Gaza, Jordan, and Lebanon. They crossed under moonlight, planting mines, raiding outposts, then vanishing before dawn. To Israel, they were terrorists. To their own, they were sons of the soil, men who refused to forget. The cycle began anew: infiltration, retaliation, reprisal. For every raid came a counterattack, for every loss, revenge. The soil of the borderlands drank deeply of vengeance. Meanwhile, in the refugee camps, an entire generation was growing up stateless. They learned of their lost homes through stories told by firelight, of lemon trees in Jaffa, fields in Lydda, the sound of the sea in Acre. The keys to vanished houses hung on walls like relics. Their world was bounded by barbed wire and ration cards, but their imaginations reached across deserts, carrying the dream of return. The Arab states, though defeated, were not resigned. The loss of Palestine had wounded their pride, exposed their divisions. New leaders rose from the ashes of monarchy, men who spoke not of kingship but of revolution. And among them, one voice rose louder than the rest: Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt. Nasser was young, charismatic, and filled with conviction. He spoke the language of the streets, not the palaces. His message was simple: dignity, unity, and freedom from foreign control. To millions of Arabs humiliated by colonialism, he was not just a leader, he was a promise. Under him, Cairo became the beating heart of Arab nationalism. He nationalized industries, expelled British officers, and dreamed of an Arab world united under one banner, strong enough to reclaim Palestine. But to the west, his defiance looked like danger. In the Cold War's shadow, every nationalist was a potential ally or enemy in disguise. The world was now divided, Washington and Moscow pulling nations into their orbit like rival suns. Israel found support from the West, while Arab states leaned toward Soviet arms and ideology. The conflict in Palestine, once regional, had become a pawn on the global chessboard. In 1956, tension ignited once more. Nasser, rejecting British influence, announced that Egypt would nationalize the Suez Canal, that narrow artery through which the oil of the East flowed to the West. For London and Paris, this was an outrage. For Israel, it was an opportunity. Egypt had blocked the Straits of Tiran, cutting off Israel's access to the Red Sea. Nasser's speeches thundered with threats of war, and his support for Palestinian raids made Israel restless. And so, in secret, the unlikeliest alliance was formed: Israel, Britain, and France. Together they plotted a plan in the quiet rooms of Paris. Israel would invade the Sinai, Britain and France would intervene to restore order, and Egypt would be forced to its knees. It was called the Sèvres Agreement, and it would change the Middle East forever. In late October 1956, Israeli paratroopers dropped over the Sinai dunes, advancing swiftly toward the canal. The desert shimmered with the heat of war. Nasser's army, unprepared, retreated in chaos. British and French aircraft bombed Egyptian airfields under the guise of peacekeeping. But the illusion did not last. The world saw the invasion for what it was, an act of imperial aggression disguised in diplomacy. The United States, furious at being excluded, demanded an immediate withdrawal. The Soviet Union threatened intervention. Under global pressure, Britain and France retreated. Israel too was forced to withdraw from the Sinai, though not without securing a promise: freedom of navigation through the Straits of Tiran and a UN force to patrol the border. The Suez Crisis ended with no victors, only revelations. Britain and France discovered their empires were ghosts. Nasser emerged stronger than ever, the man who had defied the West and survived. His image filled posters from Casablanca to Baghdad. For the Arab world, he was no longer merely Egyptian, he was the voice of all Arabs. In the refugee camps, his speeches reached through radios like thunder. He spoke of liberation, of unity, of the inevitable return to Palestine. Young men listened, believing the day of redemption was near. The dream of Al-Adha, the return, became their identity. But Israel, though forced to retreat, had learned something too. It had fought 3 armies and emerged militarily triumphant. Its generals, like Moshe Dayan and Yitzhak Rabin, had forged reputations of daring. The army grew more confident, the society more determined. The world might pressure them politically, but on the battlefield, they knew they could not be defeated easily. The years that followed were years of uneasy calm. The refugee crisis deepened. The United Nations created UNRWA to provide aid, but the camps became cities of despair. In Lebanon, in Jordan, in Gaza, the Palestinians waited, not merely for food, but for history to reverse itself. Borders hardened, but so did memories. In Israel, textbooks spoke of the pioneers who made the desert bloom, the miracles of rebirth. In the Arab world, classrooms taught of betrayal, displacement, and resistance. 2 generations grew up side by side, learning opposite truths. By the 1960s, the Arab world was changing fast. Monarchies fell, revolutions spread, and the old colonial border seemed ready to dissolve. Yet Palestine remained unsolved, a wound that united the Arabs in anger but divided them in action. Then, in 1964, under Nasser's encouragement, a new organization was born, the Palestine Liberation Organization, the PLO. It was meant to give Palestinians a voice of their own, though still under Arab control. The young organization spoke of armed struggle, of reclaiming the homeland by force. It became a symbol, a banner for a people still denied a state. Meanwhile, Israel was thriving economically, culturally, and militarily. Tel Aviv gleamed with new life. Kibbutzim turned barren land into harvests. Yet beneath the surface, anxiety lingered. Surrounded by enemies, Israel lived in a perpetual state of readiness. Military service was not just a duty but an identity. Every citizen was a soldier in waiting. The skies above the Middle East buzzed with tension. Syrian artillery shelled Israeli farms from the Golan Heights. Skirmishes broke out along the Jordanian frontier. Egypt and Israel exchanged threats, both waiting for the other to blink. In the spring of 1967, Nasser made his move. Under growing pressure from his Arab allies and his own rhetoric, he ordered the withdrawal of UN peacekeepers from the Sinai. Then, on May 22, he closed the Straits of Tiran once more. To Israel, this was not merely provocation, it was a declaration of war. The nation mobilized overnight. Across the Arab world, crowds chanted for the destruction of Israel. The world held its breath. In June 1967, after weeks of tension, Israel struck first. Its air force launched a preemptive assault at dawn, destroying Egypt's air fleet while still on the ground. Within 6 days, the map of the Middle East was rewritten. Israel captured the Sinai from Egypt, the Golan Heights from Syria, and from Jordan, the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. The old city fell under Israeli control for the first time in nearly 2,000 years. Soldiers wept at the Western Wall, pressing their hands to ancient stone. The world saw a miracle of military precision, the Arabs saw another catastrophe. In just 6 days, the dream of Arab unity shattered. Nasser, humiliated, offered to resign, crowds begged him to stay. Across the Arab world, disbelief turned into rage. The armies had promised victory, but instead, the land of Palestine was now entirely under Israeli rule. For the Palestinians, the Six-Day War was another Nakba. Refugees fled again, from Jericho, from Qalqilia, from Jerusalem. The West Bank, once their hope, was now occupied. Yet amidst despair, something new began to grow, a realization that their liberation could not rely on Arab armies or foreign leaders. They would have to take destiny into their own hands. And so, from the ruins of defeat, a new movement stirred in the camps of Jordan and Lebanon. Its symbol was the kafia, its weapon the rifle, its banner the right of return. The wars between nations had failed. Now the war of a people was about to begin. The guns fell silent once more, but only for a moment. History, like the desert wind, never rests for long. The summer of 1967 did not end with parades. It ended with silence. The guns had fallen quiet, the skies no longer roared, but beneath the dust of victory lay something heavier, a question that would haunt generations to come. Israel had triumphed, astonishingly so, in 6 days of lightning war. The armies of Egypt, Jordan, and Syria had been shattered. The Arab world reeled. And when the dust settled, maps had changed again. For the first time in 2,000 years, the ancient stones of Jerusalem's old city, the Wailing Wall, the Temple Mount, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, all lay under Israeli control. Soldiers wept as they touched the western wall, blowing shofars, shouting prayers. It was a biblical moment, a return, some said, foretold by destiny. But even as Israel celebrated what it saw as its miraculous deliverance, the Arab world plunged into humiliation and fury. From the Sinai to the Golan Heights, from Gaza to the West Bank, Israel now ruled over more than 1 million Palestinians, a people without a state, now without sovereignty, caught under a new power. For the world, it was a dazzling military victory. For Palestinians, it was another catastrophe. Another Nakba, the setback. In the streets of Hebron and Nablus, families packed what they could carry, unsure if the new rulers would let them stay. In Gaza, the air smelled of dust and despair. Tens of thousands fled again, toward Jordan, toward Lebanon, toward nowhere. The refugee camps that had stood since 1948 grew swollen with new faces, new grief. And in the capitals of the Arab world, something broke. The old dream, to destroy Israel by war, seemed crushed beneath the weight of defeat. Yet, from that brokenness, something new began to grow, a fire that would no longer wait for kings or generals to lead it. The Palestinians began to take their fate into their own hands. In the alleys of Kuwait City, in the camps of Lebanon, in the cafes of Damascus and Cairo, whispers passed between exiles and students. One man's name rose above the rest, Yasser Arafat, the quiet engineer with the checkered keffiyeh. He had co-founded Fatah, a movement that believed in armed struggle, not speeches or resolutions. The Arab states had failed, he said. The Palestinians must fight for themselves. In 1968, Arafat's fighters clashed with Israeli troops in Karameh, a small Jordanian town near the border. The battle was brief but symbolic. The Palestinians did not win militarily, but they stood their ground. For the first time, Palestinian guerrillas, not Arab armies, had faced Israel. And in the eyes of refugees across the camps, Arafat became a hero. The PLO, the Palestine Liberation Organization, once a bureaucratic body under Arab League control, was reborn in flame. Arafat soon took leadership, transforming it into a movement that spoke in the name of a people, not a collection of governments. The world began to listen, some with admiration, others with fear. Inside Israel, there was triumph and anxiety. The victory of 1967 had fulfilled ancient dreams, but it had also brought millions of Palestinians under its rule. Soldiers patrolled cities older than empires. Administrators were sent to manage lives that did not want to be managed. New settlements began to appear, first small, almost symbolic. But symbolism has its own power. In the hills of the West Bank, caravans and tents became stone houses. Roads were built to connect them to Israel proper. Many Israelis saw these as their ancestral lands, given by God, not conquered by war. Others warned that occupation would poison Israel's soul, that ruling another people would mean ruling by force. But those warnings were lost amid the pride of victory and the illusion of permanence. In Gaza, daily life became a grind under watchtowers and curfews. Every movement was registered, every dawn uncertain. Resistance simmered in silence. A child's stone, a whispered meeting, a radio broadcast from Cairo, all acts of defiance. Meanwhile, in the camps of Lebanon and Jordan, Palestinian militancy grew. The world was shifting, the 1960s were years of rebellion everywhere, and the Palestinian cause became the banner of anti-colonial struggle. Across universities and rallies, the kafia became a symbol, the desert fighter a romantic figure of resistance. Yet, the romance masked the growing chaos. By the late 1960s, the Palestinian guerrilla groups had become a state within a state inside Jordan. King Hussein, wary of losing control, faced the impossible, an army of exiles armed and independent. Tensions exploded in 1970, in a brutal civil conflict remembered as Black September. Jordanian tanks rolled through the refugee camps. Artillery shells tore through tents and schools. Thousands of Palestinians died. The PLO was driven out, forced to relocate to Lebanon. For the Arab world, it was another tragedy, Arabs killing Arabs, brothers turning against brothers. For Arafat, it was exile again, another wound that would scar the movement. Lebanon would become the PLO's new base, and from there, its fighters launched raids into northern Israel. The borderlands turned into a deadly rhythm, attack, reprisal, counterattack. Civilians bore the cost, as they always do. Villages burned, children buried their dead, and hatred settled deeper into the soil. Yet even amid the despair, the Palestinian struggle was no longer invisible. The world began to see them not as faceless refugees but as a nation denied. Magazines printed their stories. Reporters visited their camps. The conflict had become global, woven into the fabric of the Cold War, the United States backing Israel, the Soviet Union supporting Arab states and Palestinian factions. And in the shadow of occupation, the Israeli society itself was changing. The Six-Day War had expanded its borders and its sense of purpose, but it had also trapped it in a paradox. Israel, born from the dream of liberation, was now an occupier. Soldiers who once saw themselves as defenders found themselves policing markets, tearing down flags, enforcing silence. Some wrote poems about the unease they felt, others hardened their hearts, believing it was survival or extinction. Jerusalem, meanwhile, stood at the center of it all, a city of faiths and fractures. The old city walls glowed under floodlights, tourists returned, but beneath the prayers and processions, unease lingered. The Temple Mount, sacred to both Muslims and Jews, became a symbol of everything fragile, everything unresolved. The Arab world, humiliated by defeat, began to rebuild and rearm. Egypt, under its new leader Anwar Sadat, vowed that 1967 would not be the final word. The armies trained in the deserts again, quietly, methodically. The silence before the next storm. Across the refugee camps, hope had become endurance. An old woman in Lebanon told a journalist, "We are the people who do not disappear." Her words captured the Palestinian condition, stateless but unbroken, wounded but waiting. By the early 1970s, the Middle East had become a mosaic of tension, soldiers patrolling occupied lands, fedayeen training in exile, politicians trading threats at the United Nations. And beneath it all, the unspoken truth, the conflict was no longer between states alone. It was between two peoples bound to the same land, each believing it was theirs, each shaped by centuries of memory and suffering. In Tel Aviv, cafes hummed with new life. In Gaza, generators coughed and failed. In Amman and Beirut, refugees watched the night sky and wondered when peace would return, or if it ever would. The years between 1967 and 1973 were a twilight between wars, an uneasy pause filled with sorrow and resolve. The world had watched a lightning war, now it would witness a slow, smoldering occupation. And in that quiet storm, both nations, Israeli and Palestinian, began to lose something irreplaceable, their innocence. History was waiting again, patient as the desert, for the next blow to fall. The years between 1970 and 1973 were like the long inhale before the scream. The Arab world licked its wounds, Israel fortified its victories. And in the background, the Palestinians, scattered, restless, exiled, began to discover that the war for their homeland was no longer fought only on battlefields. It had become a war of images, of voices, of stories. In 1972, the world came together for something pure, something meant to rise above politics, the Olympic Games in Munich. For a few days, flags from every nation fluttered side by side, a fragile promise of unity. But on the morning of September 5, that illusion shattered. 8 men dressed in tracksuits climbed the fence of the Olympic Village. They were members of Black September, a militant faction linked to the PLO. Their target, the Israeli Olympic team. Within hours, the world watched in horror as hostages were taken, demands made, negotiations dragged out. It ended in blood, a failed rescue attempt, gunfire on an airfield, 11 Israelis dead, along with 5 of the attackers. The cameras kept rolling. The entire world had seen it. And for the first time, the Palestinian struggle, once confined to refugee camps and Arab streets, had been projected into the heart of Europe, into every living room. The message was brutal, but clear: we are here, and we will not be ignored. To some, it was an act of terror. To others, the desperate cry of a people erased from maps. But to everyone, it meant that the conflict could no longer be contained. It had gone global. In Israel, grief turned to rage. Security hardened, and the government launched Operation Wrath of God, a covert campaign to hunt down those responsible. Across Europe, one by one, suspected members of Black September were tracked and killed. Shadows followed shadows, vengeance chasing vengeance. The line between justice and retribution blurred until both seemed the same. For the Palestinians, the world's attention was a double-edged sword. They had become visible, but feared. Their cause was known, but their methods condemned. Arafat, watching from his headquarters in Beirut, understood that the gun could open the door, but only words could keep it open. He began to appear in diplomatic halls, seeking to transform the image of the Fedayeen fighter into that of a revolutionary leader, a statesman. The United Nations, for the first time, began to debate the question of Palestine not as a refugee crisis, but as a national one. In 1974, Arafat would stand before the General Assembly wearing his military uniform and keffiyeh, saying, "Today I have come bearing an olive branch and a freedom fighter's gun. Do not let the olive branch fall from my hand." The world listened, some with sympathy, others with suspicion, but they listened. Yet before that speech, before diplomacy would even be possible, the Middle East would burn again. It began in the silence of October 1973. On the holiest day of the Jewish calendar, Yom Kippur, when much of Israel stood still in prayer, Egyptian and Syrian forces launched a massive surprise attack. The Suez Canal erupted with artillery fire. In the Golan Heights, tanks clashed like metal beasts in the dust. For a moment, it seemed that the Arab armies might finally reverse 1967. Egyptian soldiers crossed the canal in waves, shouting, "Allahu Akbar," reclaiming the eastern bank they had lost 6 years earlier. Syrian troops poured into the Golan, pushing deep into Israeli-held territory. Israel was caught unprepared, its confidence shattered. But within days, the tide turned. Reserves were called up, and with massive American resupply, Israeli forces counterattacked. The deserts of Sinai became a furnace of burning steel and shattered illusions. When the guns fell silent, the borders had changed little, but the world had changed profoundly. The Yom Kippur War was not just another battle. It was a psychological earthquake. For Israel, it was proof that security could never be taken for granted. For the Arab world, especially Egypt, it was a measure of redemption, not victory, but dignity restored. And in that strange aftermath, something new happened. Egypt's president, Anwar Sadat, saw that war could no longer deliver justice, it could only repeat tragedy. He turned toward the unthinkable, peace. But peace, like war, has its own price. As the superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, circled the region, the Middle East became the stage for their rivalry. oil became a weapon, diplomacy a chessboard. After 1973, Arab oil producers cut supply, triggering the global oil crisis. Gas lines stretched across cities in America and Europe. Suddenly, the entire world realized that the fate of the Middle East was tied to its own. Meanwhile, for the Palestinians, the war had been both distant and defining. They had not commanded armies, but their fate was again decided by others. Yet the aftermath of the Yom Kippur War opened a door. The Arab states, weary and pragmatic, began to see that their conflict with Israel might one day end. But what then? What of the Palestinians, still in exile, still stateless? In Lebanon, the PLO had built what some called a state within a state. They ran schools, hospitals, even police forces. But their presence also dragged Lebanon, fragile and diverse, toward disaster. The country was a mosaic of sects and loyalties, and the PLO's growing influence made it a target for Israel, a rival to Christian militias, and a pawn in foreign wars. Tensions simmered, and soon Lebanon would collapse into civil war. But that was yet to come. In the early 1970s, the Palestinian struggle stood at a crossroads, half guerrilla warfare, half diplomacy. The PLO had become the face of a people, yet it was a divided face. Some demanded international recognition, others demanded total liberation, from the river to the sea. And through it all, the human cost deepened. In the camps of Sabra, Shatila, and Burj el-Barajna, generations grew up under tents, their lives measured in rations and memories. Old men told stories of Jaffa's oranges, of the sea they had not seen in 25 years. Children drew maps of villages they had never known. For them, Palestine was not a country but a dream told at night, a promise whispered through the canvas walls of their shelters. In Israel, too, the war had changed everything. The myth of invincibility was gone. The euphoria of 1967 was replaced by introspection, grief, and anger. Mothers buried sons. Soldiers who had once felt untouchable now carried the weight of defeat narrowly averted. The government faced protests, questions, doubt. The Yom Kippur War had scarred the Israeli psyche, but it also seeded something else, a desire, however faint, for peace. For the first time, voices inside Israel began to say openly what was once unthinkable: perhaps not all of the land could be held forever. Perhaps occupation could not last. Perhaps the map could bend toward coexistence. In 1974, the United Nations General Assembly recognized the Palestine Liberation Organization as the legitimate representative of the Palestinian people. It was a triumph for Arafat, who now moved between capitals like a wandering head of state. But it was also an illusion of progress. For on the ground, nothing had changed. Israeli soldiers still patrolled the West Bank and Gaza. Settlements multiplied. Checkpoints and curfews became part of daily life. And across the Green Line, Palestinians in exile dreamed of return, their hope hardened by distance. The world's attention ebbed and flowed, drawn to crises and wars elsewhere. But the conflict endured, not frozen, not forgotten, simply waiting. Waiting for another spark, another chance to rewrite the story. The 1970s would end in exhaustion and irony. Egypt, the leader of the Arab world, would make peace with Israel in 1979, a peace born of pragmatism and loss. Sadat would walk into Jerusalem, shake hands with his enemy, and be hailed as a visionary. But he would also be condemned as a traitor by many Arabs and would pay for it with his life. And the Palestinians, watching from Beirut and Amman, realized a painful truth: the Arab world's war for Palestine was over. From now on, they would stand alone. Their homeland was still occupied. Their camps were still full. Their struggle was still a story told by others. But beneath the ashes, the embers remained. Because history does not end with treaties. It waits in the hearts of those who remember. And in the alleys of Gaza, in the refugee schools of Lebanon, in the whispers of a generation that had never seen the land it loved, a new kind of resistance was beginning to take shape, quieter, more personal, born not of armies, but of endurance. The world thought the story of 1973 was the end of something. In truth, it was only the midpoint, the deep breath before another descent. For in the next decade, the war would move again, not across borders, but into the streets, the camps, and the hearts of two peoples who no longer believed anyone else would save them. The fire of identity, faith, and loss would burn again, not as a war between states, but as a struggle between memory and survival. And from that struggle, the First Intifada was waiting to be born. When the guns of 1973 fell silent, the Middle East exhaled, not in relief, but in disbelief. The desert still smelled of cordite, the canals still floated with wreckage, but for the first time, the war ended not with surrender, but with handshakes. Egypt had reclaimed its honor, and in the distance, peace flickered like a mirage. But for the Palestinians, there was no peace to find. Their homeland remained divided, their camps swollen with children who had never seen their villages, only the names passed down like prayers. They had watched the Arab armies fight and fall, and they had learned that the world would not wait for them. So they built their own war, not in nations, but in fragments. In Beirut, Damascus, Tunis, and Cairo, the Palestine Liberation Organization grew into something larger than an army. It became a state without a state, an identity with no land to hold it. Arafat, the man in the keffiyeh, moved between capitals like a shadow, both hero and exile, both symbol and target. Lebanon became their refuge, and their stage. After 1970's Black September, when Jordan expelled the PLO, Beirut had opened its arms. The Lebanese, divided but proud, saw in the Palestinians a reflection of their own defiance. But Lebanon was a fragile mosaic: Maronite Christians, Sunni and Shia Muslims, Druze, Armenians, each community holding to its own truth, its own fear. And when the Palestinians came, armed and restless, they disturbed that fragile balance. The camps around Beirut, Sabra, Shatila, Burj el Barajna, grew not just in size, but in spirit. The PLO built schools, hospitals, newspapers, even police forces. Within their fences, the dream of Palestine still lived. But outside, resentment simmered. To many Lebanese, the PLO had become a state within their state. The tension grew heavy, like humidity before a storm. In 1975, the storm broke. The spark was small, a shooting at a church bus in East Beirut, but it set the city ablaze. What followed was not a war of nations, but of neighbors. Christians fought Muslims, militias turned on militias, the city shattered into zones, each ruled by a different faction. In this chaos, the PLO became both participant and prey. They fought Christian militias, clashed with rival Arab groups, even fought among themselves. The once peaceful city that had been called the Paris of the Middle East became a battlefield of rubble and broken loyalties. Beirut's skyline turned to smoke. Its sea turned black with oil and blood. Israel, watching from the south, saw the chaos with wary eyes. The PLO had begun launching attacks from Lebanese soil, striking into Galilee, ambushing patrols, shelling border towns. To Israel, Lebanon had become a breeding ground for terror. To the Palestinians, it was the last open window to their homeland. In 1978, Israel invaded southern Lebanon for the first time, a limited operation called Litani. Officially, it was to push back the PLO. Unofficially, it was a rehearsal. The Israeli army swept through villages, driving out fighters, setting up a security zone controlled by allied militias. But the PLO was not broken, it retreated north, deeper into Beirut, like a wounded animal that refuses to die. The Lebanese civil war dragged on, endless, senseless, merciless. Families fled, alliances shifted, and foreign powers circled: Syria, Israel, the United States, each trying to shape the outcome. Lebanon had become the arena where everyone fought and no one won. Then came 1982. The spark, again, was small. In London, an Israeli ambassador was shot and wounded by a splinter Palestinian group not directly tied to the PLO. But in Tel Aviv, Prime Minister Menachem Begin and Defense Minister Ariel Sharon saw their opportunity. They declared that the PLO had crossed the line. On June 6, 1982, the Israeli army launched Operation Peace for Galilee. Columns of tanks rolled across the border. Fighter jets streaked through the sky. Artillery thundered across the hills. It was the largest Israeli military operation since 1967, an invasion designed to crush the PLO once and for all. Within days, Israeli forces had pushed 70 kilometers into Lebanon. The stated goal was to secure the border. But Sharon's true ambition went far deeper, all the way to Beirut. The world watched in disbelief as the Israeli army besieged an Arab capital. Beirut became an open wound. The city, already broken by 7 years of civil war, now faced bombardment from the sea and air. The PLO fought street to street, alley to alley, knowing that retreat meant erasure. Civilians hid in basements, hospitals overflowed, and the summer air was thick with dust and fear. For 2 months, the siege continued. The Israeli Navy shelled from offshore. Jets screamed overhead. The US and France tried to broker a truce, but the guns spoke louder. And through it all, Yasser Arafat refused to leave. He appeared in photographs, smiling, waving, his pistol at his hip, the image of defiance. The world's cameras captured him not as a ghost of the past, but as a survivor. Finally, under international pressure, a deal was struck. The PLO would evacuate Beirut. Western forces would oversee their safe departure. The fighters would sail away to Tunis, Yemen, Algeria, anywhere but Lebanon. In August 1982, ships lined the port of Beirut as thousands of Palestinians boarded, carrying nothing but their flags and rifles. Women wept. Children waved goodbye to a city that had been both home and hell. As Arafat's ship pulled away, he looked back at Beirut one last time. "To Beirut we shall return," he said softly. But even he did not know what would follow. Because when the PLO left, they left behind not just their camps, but their people. And within days, those left behind would face something unspeakable. In September 1982, after Arafat's departure, Israeli forces surrounded the Palestinian refugee camps of Sabra and Shatila in West Beirut. They allowed a Lebanese Christian militia, the Phalange, sworn enemies of the Palestinians, to enter the camps. What followed was not a battle. It was a massacre. For 2 days, gunfire echoed through the narrow alleys. Women, children, the elderly, unarmed, terrified, were slaughtered in their homes, in the streets, in the mosques. When the killing stopped, thousands lay dead. The world saw the images, the piles of bodies, the vacant stares, the silence that follows horror. Israel denied direct involvement, but the world held it responsible. Its soldiers had surrounded the camps, had let the killers in, had not stopped them. In Tel Aviv, hundreds of thousands of Israelis marched in protest, the largest demonstration in the nation's history. They carried signs that read, "Not in our name." The war that had been meant to secure Israel's borders had instead scarred its soul. A commission of inquiry found Defense Minister Ariel Sharon indirectly responsible and forced him to resign. But the damage, moral, political, human, could not be undone. The PLO was gone from Lebanon, scattered across distant capitals. Its fighters disarmed, its leadership exiled. But in losing their base, they had gained something unexpected: global sympathy. The massacre at Sabra and Shatila had reminded the world that the Palestinians were not just combatants, but victims. And yet, for those left in the camps, sympathy meant nothing. They still lived under rubble, under fear, under the weight of promises made and broken. In the West Bank and Gaza, the occupation continued. Settlements expanded, curfews lengthened, lives shrank. But beneath the oppression, something quiet was growing, not in exile, but in the soil of Palestine itself. It began with whispers, with mothers who refused to move at checkpoints, with children who threw stones at patrols, with teachers who hid banned flags under desks. It was small, unseen, but alive. Because when the leaders are exiled, the people become the revolution. The dust from the desert had barely settled when the world realized something irreversible had happened. In just 6 days, a war that seemed unwinnable for Israel had redrawn the entire map of the Middle East. What was meant to be a desperate defensive act had turned into a sweeping conquest. The land that for centuries had been at the crossroads of empire now found itself under a single flag, but that flag carried the weight of millions who did not claim it. The West Bank. East Jerusalem, Gaza, the Golan Heights, the Sinai Peninsula. Names that echoed with ancient history now became the vocabulary of modern conflict. In the euphoria of victory, there was also unease. For every soldier who planted a flag on a hilltop, there was a Palestinian family standing below that hill, watching the shape of their homeland change once again. Inside Israel, jubilation filled the streets. It was the first time since 1948 that Israelis felt secure, truly secure, with borders that extended beyond what even the founders had dreamed. But security built on conquest was a fragile thing. The new territories were not empty deserts or ruins of war. They were homes, towns, lives. Nearly 1 million Palestinians now lived under Israeli control, people without citizenship, without a voice in the state that ruled them. For the Palestinians, 1967 became the year of the second Nakba, another catastrophe layered upon the first. The humiliation of Arab armies, the loss of Jerusalem, and the realization that even the most powerful Arab regimes could not restore their lands, it all fueled a new kind of resistance. This was not the age of kings and armies. It was the age of movements. In the refugee camps of Jordan, Lebanon, and Gaza, something began to stir. Young Palestinians, many of them raised with stories of lost villages and broken promises, began to form groups of their own. Among them, one name began to echo louder than the rest: Fatah. Led by a charismatic engineer named Yasser Arafat, Fatah promised what no Arab leader had delivered: liberation by the Palestinians themselves. Fatah's message was simple but powerful. We will not wait for others to save us. We will take back what was ours. Their symbol, a pair of rifles crossed over the map of Palestine, became a rallying cry for the dispossessed. Through raids, sabotage, and daring strikes across borders, they sought to remind the world that Palestine was not a forgotten land, nor its people erased. By 1968, the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, initially a bureaucratic creation of Arab governments, had transformed into a genuine revolutionary movement. And under Arafat's leadership, the PLO began to command attention not just on the battlefield but on the world stage. But as the Palestinian movement grew bolder, the neighboring Arab regimes grew wary. Jordan's King Hussein feared the PLO's growing power within his own borders. Lebanon's fragile balance trembled as Palestinian guerrillas set up bases in the south. Even Egypt's Nasser, the hero of Arab nationalism, struggled to balance his rhetoric of unity with the harsh realities of regional politics. Meanwhile, Israel began to change. The territories it had captured were too symbolic to simply abandon. East Jerusalem was declared reunited, a city divided no more, at least in official terms. But for the Palestinians of Jerusalem, reunification meant checkpoints, demolitions, and permits that controlled every part of daily life. The Temple Mount, or the Haram al-Sharif, became a place of layered sovereignty, where prayer and politics collided in silence. Settlements began almost immediately. At first, they were small, a few caravans on distant hilltops, justified as military outposts or biblical heritage sites. But beneath the surface, a new ideology was forming. The dream of Greater Israel, rooted in religious and historical claims, found new life. The land, many believed, had been divinely returned, not conquered. Yet, even among Israelis, this vision was divisive. Some argued that holding the territories would corrupt the moral fabric of the nation, that ruling another people would erode the democratic ideals Israel claimed as its foundation. Others saw it as destiny, a sacred obligation. The Palestinians, trapped between lost homes and occupied lands, found themselves in an impossible bind. In the refugee camps, children grew up not knowing the fields their parents described, but learning instead the language of struggle, intifada, resistance, martyrdom. Internationally, the Six-Day War had redrawn more than borders. It had redrawn alliances. The United States, once a cautious friend of Israel, now became its most steadfast ally. Billions in military aid, diplomatic support, and shared intelligence turned Israel into the dominant regional power. The Soviet Union, in turn, backed the Arab states, flooding Egypt and Syria with weapons and advisors. The Middle East had become another theater of the Cold War, and the people of Palestine were caught in the middle. By the early 1970s, the region simmered. Palestinian groups carried out attacks on Israeli targets and hijacked planes to force the world's attention. The images were shocking: masked men, frightened passengers, the Palestinian flag waving from the cockpit of a seized aircraft. To some, these acts were terrorism. To others, desperate cries from a people denied every other means of voice. In 1972, the conflict reached one of its darkest moments. At the Munich Olympics, members of the group Black September, an offshoot of Fatah, took Israeli athletes hostage. The world watched in horror as the standoff ended in bloodshed. 11 Israelis were killed, along with 5 of the attackers. It was a moment that froze time: grief for the dead, fury for the living, and the realization that this conflict now reached every corner of the world. Israel's response was swift and relentless. Under a secret program known as Operation Wrath of God, Mossad agents hunted down those responsible, across continents, through shadows, from Beirut to Paris. The message was clear: no attack would go unanswered. But vengeance, once unleashed, is hard to contain. Each retaliation birthed another cycle of blood. Meanwhile, the Arab world sought redemption. In 1973, on Yom Kippur, the holiest day in the Jewish calendar, Egyptian and Syrian forces launched a surprise attack on the Sinai and Golan Heights. The war was fierce, brief, and tragic. The Yom Kippur War restored Arab pride, but at a devastating cost. For Israel, it was a wake-up call: victory had bred complacency, and complacency had nearly brought defeat. In the war's aftermath, something unexpected happened. Egypt's President Anwar Sadat broke with decades of hostility and extended a hand of peace. His visit to Jerusalem in 1977 shocked the world. Standing before the Knesset, he spoke words no Arab leader had ever dared utter: no more war, no more bloodshed. The Camp David Accords followed, brokered by U.S. President Jimmy Carter, leading to the first peace treaty between Israel and an Arab state. Egypt regained the Sinai, and Israel found a partner it never expected. But for the Palestinians, Camp David felt like betrayal. Their fate had once again been negotiated without them. Arafat watched from afar, wary but determined. If the world would not give Palestine a state, he would make the world listen until it did. In Beirut, the PLO built a state within a state: schools, hospitals, and an army of its own. But Israel saw in Beirut a nest of enemies. By 1982, war returned, this time in Lebanon. Israeli forces invaded to crush the PLO. For weeks, Beirut burned under bombardment. The world watched as civilians fled and fighters disappeared into the smoke. Arafat escaped to Tunis, exiled but unbroken. Yet the images that emerged from that war, of massacres in Sabra and Shatila, stained all sides with guilt. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict had now transcended borders. It was no longer just a question of land, but of identity, justice, and the human cost of survival. As the 1980s approached, a generation of Palestinians had grown up knowing nothing but occupation. They were the children of 1967, the sons and daughters of exile and defiance. In the alleys of Gaza, in the streets of Nablus, whispers began to rise again. This time, it would not be armies or foreign powers that led the charge. It would be the people themselves. And when the world least expected it, the ground would shake again, not from bombs or tanks, but from stones thrown by children who refused to be invisible. The next uprising was not a war, it was a message. The first intifada was about to begin. It began not with speeches, nor with armies, but with stones. Small hands lifting the weight of decades, casting them against armored vehicles that had rolled through their towns since before they were born. In December 1987, in the crowded refugee camps of Gaza, the air was thick with dust and tension. The death of 4 Palestinian workers, killed when an Israeli truck collided with their car, became the spark. But beneath that spark was an ocean of anger waiting to ignite. This was not war in the old sense. There were no battlefronts, no generals, no tanks massing at borders. This was a rebellion of the streets, a people who had decided that silence was no longer a strategy for survival. As protests spread across Gaza, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem, the world watched a new kind of uprising unfold. The First Intifada, shaking off, in Arabic, was as much spiritual as it was physical. For years, Palestinians had lived under the shadow of occupation, their lives dictated by curfews, checkpoints, and permits. Now, they stood up with whatever they had, stones, slingshots, voices, and defied one of the most powerful militaries in the world. Children led marches. Women organized underground schools and food networks. Committees sprang up in every neighborhood, coordinating strikes and protests. The old hierarchies of politics gave way to a new energy, spontaneous, decentralized, unstoppable. Israel, caught off guard, responded with force. Soldiers were ordered to break bones to discourage rioters. Night raids became routine. The uprising that began with stones was met with bullets and tear gas. Yet, the harder Israel struck, the stronger the defiance became. For every home demolished, a flag was painted on its ruins. For every boy arrested, another stepped forward. Across the world, the images were impossible to ignore. Young Palestinians facing down soldiers twice their age, slingshots versus rifles, flags versus tanks. For the first time, the Palestinian story wasn't just told through diplomats and guerrilla leaders, it was told through the eyes of children. Inside Israel, the uprising forced a reckoning. Many Israelis, once certain of their nation's moral clarity, began to question what occupation was doing to their country's soul. Others hardened, believing only greater control could restore peace. The nation was divided, not by borders, but by conscience. In Tunis, far from the front lines, Yasser Arafat watched events unfold with both pride and anxiety. The PLO, long exiled, suddenly found itself outpaced by the youth in the streets. These were not soldiers of Fatah or Marxist militants, they were ordinary people, and their courage reshaped the struggle. Arafat knew he had to reclaim leadership or risk becoming irrelevant to his own people. By the late 1980s, as the Intifada continued, a new force emerged from the mosques of Gaza, Hamas. Unlike the secular PLO, Hamas drew strength from Islamic ideology. It rejected compromise, vowing to resist until every inch of Palestine was free. The movement began as a social network, schools, charities, and clinics, but quickly evolved into a powerful resistance organization. To many Palestinians, it offered purity and faith where politics had failed. To Israel, it was an enemy unlike any before. The world began to move. In 1988, the Palestine National Council, meeting in Algiers, took a historic step. It declared the independence of the State of Palestine, recognizing the need for a two-state solution based on the 1967 borders. Arafat's message was clear: Palestine was ready for peace, if only it were treated as a nation, not a problem. Then came a dramatic moment. In Geneva, before the world's cameras, Arafat renounced terrorism and recognized Israel's right to exist. It was a gesture of diplomacy born from desperation and vision, a gamble that the world would finally open its doors. The gamble worked. For the first time, the United States, long reluctant to engage directly with the PLO, began a dialogue. Slowly, painfully, the tide began to shift. The old language of liberation by arms gave way to peace through negotiation. But peace, as always, demanded what neither side easily gave: trust. In Israel, political winds were changing. The late 1980s saw the rise of Yitzhak Rabin, a man who had once been a general commanding troops during the Six-Day War. Now older, wearier, he began to speak of peace not as surrender, but as strategy. The cost of endless conflict, he said, was too high, not just in lives, but in the nation's future. Then came the shock of 1991, the Gulf War. Iraq's Saddam Hussein, claiming to champion the Arab cause, launched missiles at Israel, hoping to shatter US-led coalitions. But Israel, urged by Washington, did not retaliate. The restraint was political, a sign that Israel now understood the diplomacy of survival. When the war ended, a new world order was emerging. The Soviet Union collapsed. Old alliances shifted. And in this moment of global change, the stage was set for something once unthinkable: Israelis and Palestinians sitting at the same table. In 1993, in the quiet forests outside Oslo, Norway, secret meetings began. Far from cameras and politics, Israeli and Palestinian negotiators spoke to each other not as enemies, but as people. They argued, laughed, doubted, and dared to imagine peace. What emerged was nothing short of revolutionary. The Oslo Accords were not perfect. They were fragile, ambiguous, and incomplete. But they were also the first real bridge between two nations trapped in a cycle of despair. For the first time, Israel officially recognized the PLO as the representative of the Palestinian people. In return, the PLO recognized Israel's right to exist and renounced violence. In September 1993, on the lawn of the White House, the world held its breath. Yitzhak Rabin, in his military uniform, stood beside Yasser Arafat, the lifelong symbol of Palestinian struggle. Between them stood President Bill Clinton, arms outstretched like a mediator between history and hope. Then, in a moment that seemed to suspend time, Rabin and Arafat shook hands. The cameras flashed. The crowd erupted. And for one brief, fragile instant, it felt as if the weight of 50 years had lifted. But peace, like history, is never simple. Even as the flags waved and the anthems played, there were those on both sides who saw betrayal, not victory. In Israel, hardliners denounced Rabin for negotiating with terrorists. In Palestine, militants accused Arafat of selling out their dream of full liberation. Yet, on the ground, something began to change. In the cities of the West Bank and Gaza, Israeli soldiers began to withdraw. The Palestinian Authority was formed, giving Arafat his long-sought chance to govern. The flag of Palestine, red, white, black, and green, rose over Gaza City. It was not independence, but it was recognition. For ordinary Palestinians, it was a bittersweet dawn. Freedom was partial, movement still restricted, and settlements still expanding. But for the first time in generations, there was hope that their children might inherit something more than despair. In Israel, too, the mood was cautious but warm. Rabin's message, "We must fight terrorism as if there were no peace, and pursue peace as if there were no terrorism," resonated across a weary nation. For once, there seemed to be light at the end of a long, blood-soaked tunnel. Yet history, as always, demanded a price. Extremists on both sides began to sabotage what diplomacy had built. Hamas carried out bombings that killed Israeli civilians. Radical settlers attacked Palestinians and vowed never to give up the land. The fragile peace trembled with every act of violence. And then, on a cool November evening in 1995, peace itself was assassinated. As Rabin left a rally in Tel Aviv, a Jewish extremist stepped forward and shot him. The man who had fought for Israel's survival and dared to make peace with its enemies fell to the ground, his blood staining the very flag he had defended. The world mourned. In Ramallah, Arafat wept. The hope of Oslo dimmed but did not die. For a brief moment, Israelis and Palestinians shared the same grief, the same loss of something larger than life. But politics does not grieve, it recalculates. Rabin's death opened the way for new leaders, cautious, skeptical, or opportunistic. The years that followed would see promises made and broken, summits held and failed, and the line between progress and illusion blur once more. By the end of the 1990s, the dream of two states was slipping again into doubt. Jerusalem remained divided in spirit, if not in law. Settlements continued to grow. The checkpoints multiplied. And for the young Palestinians who had once thrown stones in the Intifada, the peace their parents had prayed for began to look like another mirage. Still, for one brief decade, the world had glimpsed something extraordinary, the idea that even in this most ancient of conflicts, enemies could clasp hands and speak of tomorrow. It was not enough to heal the wounds of the past, but it was enough to remind humanity that even the longest shadows cannot extinguish all light. As the century closed, that light flickered, faint but not gone. In the refugee camps, in the streets of Jerusalem, in the corridors of power, people whispered a question that had haunted generations: could peace ever be real in the Holy Land? The answer would come soon, in the fire of a second uprising that would shake the world once again. The summer of 2000 was supposed to be the season when everything changed. For nearly a decade, peace had been spoken of as something inevitable, as though it were already written somewhere in the dust of ancient Jerusalem. The Oslo Accords had brought handshakes, promises, and flags raised over new offices in Gaza and the West Bank. There was a fragile optimism that perhaps, this time, history would bend toward mercy. But peace built on half-truths and deferred dreams was a house without a foundation. Beneath the smiles and ceremonies, the reality on the ground told another story. Settlements continued to expand. Checkpoints multiplied. Palestinians watched roads and water systems built for settlers carve through their land, separating them not just from each other, but from the future they had been promised. In the year 2000, at Camp David, U.S. President Bill Clinton invited Yasser Arafat and Ehud Barak, the Israeli Prime Minister, to try one last time to end the conflict. For 2 weeks they argued, gestured, and paused before maps of land that meant everything to both sides. Jerusalem, the city claimed by both as eternal capital, became the breaking point. No one would yield. When the talks collapsed, the air felt heavy with the echo of missed opportunity. Clinton blamed Arafat. Arafat blamed Israel. Both returned home to people who were tired of speeches and weary of waiting. And then, as if history could no longer bear its own tension, something broke. It began with a visit. In September 2000, Ariel Sharon, the hardline leader of Israel's opposition, walked onto the Temple Mount, known to Muslims as Haram al-Sharif, home to the Al-Aqsa Mosque, the third holiest site in Islam. Surrounded by 1,000 police officers, his presence was more than a provocation, it was a declaration. Sharon claimed it was a visit of peace. To Palestinians, it felt like desecration. The next day, protests erupted in Jerusalem. By evening, they had spread across Gaza, Nablus, Ramallah, and beyond. Stones once again filled the air. Bullets followed. The Second Intifada had begun, not as a political plan, but as a cry of rage from a generation that had grown up under occupation and seen their hopes betrayed. This uprising was different. It was harsher, bloodier, and born not of ideals but of despair. The Oslo generation, the children who had watched their parents believe in peace, had lost faith. They had seen the flag raised, but never the state that was promised. They had seen checkpoints become prisons. Their rebellion was not about dreaming, it was about surviving. Israel's response was immediate and overwhelming. Tanks rolled once again into the streets of cities that had once been handed to the Palestinian Authority. Helicopters thundered over refugee camps. Curfews turned entire towns into ghost cities. Gaza, sealed off, became a pressure cooker of rage. And amid the chaos, a new and terrible weapon returned to the conflict, the suicide bomber. Cafes, buses, markets, everywhere life gathered, death followed. Young men and women strapped with explosives walked into the heart of Israeli cities and detonated themselves. Each blast tore not only bodies but the fragile illusion that coexistence was possible. Israel struck back with equal fury. Assassinations from the air targeted Hamas and Islamic Jihad leaders. Entire neighborhoods were reduced to rubble. The logic of revenge consumed both sides. Each attack justified another, each death became another reason to kill. In March 2002, the violence reached its zenith. A suicide bombing during a Passover dinner in Netanya killed dozens. Israel responded with Operation Defensive Shield, the largest military operation in the West Bank since 1967. Jenin, Bethlehem, Ramallah, cities became battlefields. Israeli forces surrounded Arafat's headquarters in Ramallah. Once the symbol of the Palestinian dream, it was now a shattered compound under siege. Arafat refused to leave. He slept in candlelight, cut off from the world, his voice crackling through satellite phones and radio frequencies. "I am ready to die a martyr," he said. For many Palestinians, he already was a martyr in waiting. The world watched as peace, once so carefully nurtured, collapsed into blood and dust. Western leaders called for calm, but the violence no longer listened to diplomacy. The people had moved beyond politics, into raw survival, raw grief. Between 2000 and 2005, more than 4,000 lives were lost, Israeli and Palestinian, soldier and child, mother and militant. Each number a name. Each name a story of fear, of anger, of what was stolen. As the violence burned on, Israel began to build something permanent, the separation barrier, or as Palestinians called it, the apartheid wall. Stretching hundreds of kilometers, it carved through villages and olive groves, dividing families from fields, farmers from their land. To Israel, it was security. To Palestinians, it was the physical embodiment of occupation. In 2004, the man who had symbolized the Palestinian cause for half a century began to fade. Yasser Arafat, old and frail, confined within the rubble of his compound, fell ill. Israel allowed him to leave for treatment in France. He never returned. On November 11, 2004, Arafat died. For his followers, it was the end of an era, the loss of the man who had carried their nation's dream on his shoulders. For others, his death marked the end of a generation of leaders who fought with myth and memory, not pragmatism. He was buried in Ramallah, not Jerusalem. Even in death, he remained a symbol of unfinished struggle. After his passing, a new figure stepped forward, Mahmoud Abbas, cautious, diplomatic, promising to restore calm. But the world Arafat left behind was no longer united. The Palestinian movement had split in two. In Gaza, Hamas had grown powerful, fueled by anger at the failures of peace and the corruption of the Palestinian Authority. In 2006, to the shock of many, Hamas won the Palestinian elections. The world refused to accept it. Aid was cut. Israel imposed a blockade. Within a year, Palestine was divided, two governments, two visions, two paths to freedom. The West Bank, under Fatah and Abbas, spoke of negotiation. Gaza, under Hamas, spoke of resistance. The dream of unity that had once rallied millions had fractured into rival sovereignties. For Israel, this division was both threat and opportunity. It argued there was no one to negotiate with, no single partner for peace. At the same time, it strengthened its grip on the land, expanding settlements, tightening checkpoints, and controlling the movement of goods and people. Gaza became a prison without walls, its borders sealed, its people trapped between defiance and despair. Periodic wars erupted, 2008, 2012, 2014, each leaving behind a wasteland of ruins, and children who would grow up knowing the sound of drones more intimately than music. In Israel, the Second Intifada left deep scars. Buses and markets once filled with fear now bristled with security checks and cameras. The optimism of Oslo was replaced by cynicism. Ariel Sharon, once the symbol of hard power, surprised the world by withdrawing Israeli settlers and troops from Gaza in 2005. Yet the withdrawal changed nothing. The siege continued, and rockets began to fly from Gaza into southern Israel, answered by airstrikes that flattened neighborhoods. The 21st century had arrived, but the conflict had not moved forward, it had hardened. The map of hope had turned into a maze of walls. Jerusalem, always the heart of the story, remained divided by more than fences. In its old city, three faiths still prayed beneath the same sky, but trust had long since burned away. What was holy had become political. What was political had become sacred. And through it all, a generation came of age knowing only loss. The children of the Second Intifada inherited not the memory of peace, but the routine of occupation. Soldiers at checkpoints. Sirens in the distance. Black smoke on the horizon. They learned that even the smallest act, planting an olive tree, crossing a road, could be defiance. Yet, amid the rubble, life continued. Weddings were held in tents lit by candles. Children laughed between walls pockmarked by bullets. Families rebuilt the same houses that had been destroyed before. Every act of survival became a quiet act of rebellion. In Israel, too, there were those who refused to surrender to hatred. Families of victims, Israeli and Palestinian, met to share their grief, to break bread, to whisper that perhaps the blood spilled on both sides could one day nourish peace. Their voices were small, but in the darkness, even a candle can be defiant. By the 2010s, the conflict had shifted again, not in geography, but in perception. The world grew weary of the story. The cameras left. The headlines faded. Yet the walls remained. The occupation continued. And every few years, the fire returned, another war, another tragedy, another declaration that, this time, would be the last. The peace process that began in Oslo had become a memory, a photograph yellowed by time. But history in the Holy Land never ends. It only pauses. Beneath the quiet, beneath the dust, the same questions endure. Who owns the land? Who has the right to return? And will justice ever find a home between two peoples bound by tragedy and faith? The story of Israel and Palestine is not only a chronicle of wars and treaties, it is the story of human endurance. Of two nations that cannot escape each other. Of a land that has carried more prayers than any other, and more grief than most can bear. Even now, amid walls and wire, there are those who still plant seeds, believing that someday, somewhere, peace will grow again. Not as a treaty, not as an agreement signed under the gaze of cameras, but as something simpler, something sacred. The quiet acceptance that no one truly wins until everyone can live free. And perhaps, when that day comes, the stones of this land, ancient, worn, and blood-soaked, will finally rest. The dawn of a new decade arrived not with peace, but with silence. After the storm of the Second Intifada, there was an uneasy calm, not born of resolution, but exhaustion. The land itself seemed to exhale, weary of its own pain. The checkpoint still stood. The walls still cut through hills and neighborhoods like scars. But the streets were quieter, as if the conflict had retreated into the bones of the people. In Gaza, life had shrunk to survival. Electricity flickered for a few hours a day. Water came in short supply. The blockade, sealed by Israel and Egypt, turned the strip into a narrow corridor of desperation, a place where 2 million people lived inside a fence they could not leave. Goods were rationed. Medicine scarce. Dreams even rarer. Above, drones buzzed like mechanical locusts. Their hum became the background noise of a generation. Children learned to read by candlelight while the sky carried the threat of fire. The sea, so close, was fenced by gunboats. Even the horizon was occupied. In 2012, war returned. It began, as it always did, with a single strike, the assassination of a Hamas commander. Retaliation followed. Rockets arced over the border, and Israel answered from the sky. The Iron Dome, a new defense system, lit the night with intercepting fire, protecting Israeli cities from destruction while Gaza burned beneath the counterstrikes. For 8 days, the war raged. When the dust cleared, hundreds were dead. The ceasefire, when it came, was not peace, only a pause before the next act. 2 years later, in 2014, the pattern repeated, but the scale was apocalyptic. In July, after the killing of 3 Israeli teenagers in the West Bank and the revenge murder of a Palestinian boy in Jerusalem, the fury reignited. Rockets flew. Bombs fell. Entire neighborhoods in Gaza, Shujaiya, Beit Hanan, Rafah, were flattened into rubble. Hospitals overflowed. Schools run by the United Nations became shelters for the displaced, though even they were not spared from shelling. On television screens around the world, the images blurred together: smoke, fire, wailing sirens, the faces of mothers in hospitals, the cries of children beneath dust. But inside Gaza, the pain was not abstract. It was lived in the flesh. By the war's end, more than 2,000 Palestinians and 70 Israelis were dead. Entire families erased. Yet nothing changed. The blockade remained. The rhetoric hardened. And the world moved on. In Israel, a different transformation was taking place. The walls, checkpoints, and technology built during the Intifada had given a sense of control, of fragile security. But with security came distance. Generations grew up separated, Israelis who had never met a Palestinian face-to-face, Palestinians who knew Israelis only through the shadow of uniforms and drones. Politics shifted. Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's long-serving prime minister, spoke not of peace but permanence. Settlements expanded across the West Bank, cities in all but name, with roads and schools and guarded perimeters. The map that once imagined a Palestinian state grew smaller, fragmented into disconnected enclaves surrounded by walls and military zones. The world's attention drifted elsewhere, to Syria, to Yemen, to the rise of new wars. Yet in Jerusalem, tension simmered like a fault line under pressure. Each year brought new sparks: evictions in Sheikh Jarrah, clashes at the Al-Aqsa compound, funerals that turned into protests. Then, in 2018, the people of Gaza marched. Tens of thousands gathered near the fence that imprisoned them in a movement called the Great March of Return. They carried flags and keys, symbols of the homes their ancestors had fled or been forced from in 1948. They demanded not vengeance, but dignity, the right to return, the right to be seen. Israeli snipers lined the barrier. When the first stones were thrown, the soldiers opened fire. The protests continued for months. Over 200 Palestinians were killed, thousands wounded. The world issued statements. Then silence returned. In 2020, amid a global pandemic, diplomacy re-entered the stage, not between Israelis and Palestinians, but between Israel and the Arab world. The Abraham Accords, brokered by the United States, brought formal peace between Israel and several Arab nations, the UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, Sudan. The signings were televised with grandeur and smiles. Yet Palestinians were not at the table. For them, it felt like another betrayal, the region moving on without them, normalizing what had once been called occupation. In Ramallah, Mahmoud Abbas's government appeared tired, its authority eroded by years of failure. In Gaza, Hamas remained defiant but cornered, its control unchallenged but its people crushed beneath the weight of isolation. Two governments, two rival visions, neither able to deliver freedom. And yet, hope found strange new forms. Artists painted murals on shattered walls. Poets spoke of love amid curfews. In Tel Aviv and Haifa, young Israelis marched in protest, demanding justice not only for themselves but for their neighbors beyond the wall. Social media became the new battleground, a place where voices long silenced could be heard, even if only for a moment. But history is a restless tide. It does not forget. In May 2021, Jerusalem ignited again. Protests over evictions in Sheikh Jarrah spread to the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Israeli police stormed the compound. Videos of tear gas and rubber bullets inside the mosque flooded the world screens. Anger exploded across Gaza. Rockets flew once more. For 11 days, the sky was fire. Buildings collapsed like sandcastles. Families were buried beneath their homes. By the time the ceasefire arrived, more than 250 Palestinians and 13 Israelis were dead. Another war ended without resolution, only grief. The conflict seemed trapped in an endless loop: ceasefire, rebuilding, destruction. Repeat. Each generation inherited not the lessons of peace but the logic of fear. In Israel, politics fractured. Netanyahu's long rule finally faltered, giving way to fragile coalitions and new leaders, yet the policies on the ground remained largely unchanged. In Palestine, the political division deepened, leaving millions without unity, representation, or hope. And then, in 2023 and beyond, the cycle reached new depths. Tensions in Gaza erupted once again into unprecedented violence. The world watched in horror as entire neighborhoods disappeared in hours, as hospitals overflowed, as communications blacked out. Civilians became numbers, and history repeated itself in sharper, darker tones. For many, it felt like the end of the story, as if peace was an ancient word, buried beneath the rubble. But history, even here, refuses to end. It lingers in the dust, in the songs sung by children under curfew, in the olive trees that keep growing even when their branches are burned. Because the truth of this land has never been only war. It has been the quiet defiance of life itself, the fisherman who casts his net into forbidden waters, the mother who rebuilds her home again and again, the farmer who plants seeds in soil that has known centuries of sorrow. In Tel Aviv, a father who lost his daughter in a bombing meets a Palestinian mother who lost her son to a missile. They embrace, not as enemies, but as parents who understand that grief has no borders. In that moment, something sacred flickers, fragile, human, and real. Peace may not come with signatures or ceremonies. It may not arrive through politics or power. It may come instead through exhaustion, the quiet understanding that both sides have suffered too much to continue. And perhaps one day, when the walls crumble and the guns fall silent, the children of Israel and Palestine will look at each other not through fear, but through recognition, of pain shared, of humanity rediscovered. For now, the story continues, unfinished, unresolved, but alive. The stones still remember. The olive trees still grow. And beneath the same sun, two people still wait for the day when they can both call this land home. The night is long, and the land is tired. It has carried empires and prophets, armies and pilgrims, dreamers and refugees. Every stone beneath its soil has known footsteps, Roman legions, Crusader knights, Ottoman soldiers, and barefoot shepherds. Every hill has seen the rise of faith and the fall of peace. And yet, after thousands of years, the same wind still moves through the olive groves, whispering the same unanswerable question: when will it end? In the years after the wars of the 21st century, a strange silence spread. Not the silence of peace, but of numbness, a pause in which even grief felt exhausted. The maps had changed, but the people had not moved. The same borders divided them, the same checkpoints stood, the same memories returned like old wounds that refused to heal. Children who grew up beneath bombardment became adults who taught their children to expect sirens before sleep. And yet, in that same silence, something else began to grow, not hope exactly, but the fragile shape of endurance. In Gaza, people rebuilt again. Cement mixed with ashes, and neighborhoods rose from the ruins as if defying gravity itself. Markets reopened, the air filled with the smell of bread and diesel, laughter breaking through the dust. In the West Bank, farmers returned to their fields, tending to trees older than memory, pruning the branches that had survived every war. In Israel, families still gathered on beaches at sunset, the sea turning gold before disappearing into night. The land remained beautiful, even in its grief. And that beauty was a kind of rebellion, proof that life refused to vanish. History had made them neighbors bound by tragedy, but destiny might yet make them something else. It was no longer about conquest or surrender. The war had lasted too long for victory to mean anything. Instead, what mattered now were the small mercies, the handshake between soldiers who once faced each other across a border, the shared meal between two families who remembered another time, when trust was still possible. For centuries, the world had spoken of peace as if it were a prize, something to be negotiated, signed, and delivered. But peace in this land was not an agreement. It was a choice, made in whispers, in the moment a soldier hesitates before pulling the trigger, in the decision of a mother to teach her son forgiveness instead of revenge, in the dream of a child who still imagines a world without walls. There were still those who refused to believe such things were possible. Politicians came and went. Agreements were signed, broken, and rewritten. Foreign powers offered plans, money, and words. But beneath all of it, the people, those who lived the conflict, who buried their dead and built their futures from rubble, they knew the truth: no treaty could heal a wound carved into the soul. Only time could. And time was still moving. In the ancient city of Jerusalem, the same prayers still rose into the same sky. The call to prayer, the church bell, the song of the shofar, they echoed together, three voices of the same yearning. The city did not belong to one faith, one people, or one history. It belonged to all who walked its streets, who touched its stones and felt their weight. For Jerusalem was not just a place, it was a mirror. And in that mirror, humanity could see both its best and its worst. Some say peace will never come. That the divisions are too deep, the anger too inherited. But others whisper that it already exists, not in governments, but in the cracks between them. In schools where children learn each other's languages. In hospitals where doctors treat whoever arrives, regardless of flag or faith. In small circles of mourning where grief becomes a common tongue. If you walk through the old markets of Hebron, or along the coast near Jaffa, you can still find echoes of the past that once was, a time when Jews, Muslims, and Christians lived side by side, not perfectly, but together. Their descendants still remember, even if they do not always admit it. Memory in this land is both a burden and a guide. It reminds the living what they have lost, and what they might still recover. The world watches this conflict like a tragedy that never ends. But those who live within it know that endings are never simple here. History does not close its doors easily. It circles back, again and again, until the same lessons are finally learned, that power cannot erase belonging, that fear cannot outlast faith, that even in ruins, love can grow. There are young voices now, Israeli and Palestinian, who are tired of being defined by war. They do not remember the old borders or the promises that failed. They only know the weight of their parents' silence and the ache of a land divided. They speak to each other through screens, through art, through the small courage of conversation. And in those exchanges, something ancient begins to stir again, the idea that coexistence is not a dream, but a memory waiting to return. At night, when the sirens fall quiet and the sea wind drifts through the cities, there is a sound, faint, almost forgotten. It is not the hum of drones or the rumble of tanks, but the rustle of olive leaves in the dark. It is the heartbeat of a land that refuses to die. And in that sound lies the answer to the question that has haunted it for 1,000 years. The answer is not victory. It is not defeat. It is survival. And from survival, the possibility of grace. One day, when the walls crumble and the soldiers are gone, when maps no longer divide what the sky still holds as one, perhaps the children will ask what the war was for. And their parents will struggle to answer. Because by then, the reasons will have turned to dust, and only the memories will remain, of pain, yes, but also of endurance. And maybe that will be enough. For the land has waited too long to be free of the names given to it by conquerors and kings. It is older than all of them. Older than flags, older than politics, older even than the idea of nations. It is simply what it has always been, a place where faith and earth meet, where humanity learns again and again how fragile it is, and how strong it can be. So the story ends not with triumph, but with breath, a quiet inhalation after centuries of struggle. The war will one day fade into memory, but the people will remain. They will walk the same roads, draw water from the same wells, plant the same trees their ancestors once did. And when the spring rains return, washing the dust from the fields, the soil will drink deeply, remembering every drop of blood, every tear, every prayer whispered into its depths. Because this land has always been more than conflict. It is the place where hope refuses to die. The place where the world still looks, even in despair, for proof that peace is possible. And when the sun finally rises over Jerusalem, painting the domes in gold and the stones in fire, the light will touch every wall, every ruin, every face, Israeli and Palestinian alike. In that moment, all will be silent. And in that silence, for the first time in 1,000 years, the land will know rest. The night is long, and the land is tired. It has carried empires and prophets, armies and pilgrims, dreamers and refugees. Every stone beneath its soil has known footsteps, Roman legions, Crusader knights, Ottoman soldiers, and barefoot shepherds. Every hill has seen the rise of faith and the fall of peace. And yet, after thousands of years, the same wind still moves through the olive groves, whispering the same unanswerable question: when will it end? In the years after the wars of the 21st century, a strange silence spread. Not the silence of peace, but of numbness, a pause in which even grief felt exhausted. The maps had changed, but the people had not moved. The same borders divided them, the same checkpoints stood, the same memories returned like old wounds that refused to heal. Children who grew up beneath bombardment became adults who taught their children to expect sirens before sleep. And yet, in that same silence, something else began to grow, not hope exactly, but the fragile shape of endurance. In Gaza, people rebuilt again. Cement mixed with ashes, and neighborhoods rose from the ruins as if defying gravity itself. Markets reopened, the air filled with the smell of bread and diesel, laughter breaking through the dust. In the West Bank, farmers returned to their fields, tending to trees older than memory, pruning the branches that had survived every war. In Israel, families still gathered on beaches at sunset, the sea turning gold before disappearing into night. The land remained beautiful, even in its grief. And that beauty was a kind of rebellion, proof that life refused to vanish. History had made them neighbors bound by tragedy, but destiny might yet make them something else. It was no longer about conquest or surrender. The war had lasted too long for victory to mean anything. Instead, what mattered now were the small mercies, the handshake between soldiers who once faced each other across a border, the shared meal between two families who remembered another time, when trust was still possible. For centuries, the world had spoken of peace as if it were a prize, something to be negotiated, signed, and delivered. But peace in this land was not an agreement. It was a choice, made in whispers, in the moment a soldier hesitates before pulling the trigger, in the decision of a mother to teach her son forgiveness instead of revenge, in the dream of a child who still imagines a world without walls. There were still those who refused to believe such things were possible. Politicians came and went. Agreements were signed, broken, and rewritten. Foreign powers offered plans, money, and words. But beneath all of it, the people, those who lived the conflict, who buried their dead and built their futures from rubble, they knew the truth: no treaty could heal a wound carved into the soul. Only time could. And time was still moving. In the ancient city of Jerusalem, the same prayers still rose into the same sky. The call to prayer, the church bell, the song of the shofar, they echoed together, three voices of the same yearning. The city did not belong to one faith, one people, or one history. It belonged to all who walked its streets, who touched its stones and felt their weight. For Jerusalem was not just a place, it was a mirror. And in that mirror, humanity could see both its best and its worst. Some say peace will never come. That the divisions are too deep, the anger too inherited. But others whisper that it already exists, not in governments, but in the cracks between them. In schools where children learn each other's languages. In hospitals where doctors treat whoever arrives, regardless of flag or faith. In small circles of mourning where grief becomes a common tongue. If you walk through the old markets of Hebron, or along the coast near Jaffa, you can still find echoes of the past that once was, a time when Jews, Muslims, and Christians lived side by side, not perfectly, but together. Their descendants still remember, even if they do not always admit it. Memory in this land is both a burden and a guide. It reminds the living what they have lost, and what they might still recover. The world watches this conflict like a tragedy that never ends. But those who live within it know that endings are never simple here. History does not close its doors easily. It circles back, again and again, until the same lessons are finally learned, that power cannot erase belonging, that fear cannot outlast faith, that even in ruins, love can grow. There are young voices now, Israeli and Palestinian, who are tired of being defined by war. They do not remember the old borders or the promises that failed. They only know the weight of their parents' silence and the ache of a land divided. They speak to each other through screens, through art, through the small courage of conversation. And in those exchanges, something ancient begins to stir again, the idea that coexistence is not a dream, but a memory waiting to return. At night, when the sirens fall quiet and the sea wind drifts through the cities, there is a sound, faint, almost forgotten. It is not the hum of drones or the rumble of tanks, but the rustle of olive leaves in the dark. It is the heartbeat of a land that refuses to die. And in that sound lies the answer to the question that has haunted it for 1,000 years. The answer is not victory. It is not defeat. It is survival. And from survival, the possibility of grace. One day, when the walls crumble and the soldiers are gone, when maps no longer divide what the sky still holds as one, perhaps the children will ask what the war was for. And their parents will struggle to answer. Because by then, the reasons will have turned to dust, and only the memories will remain, of pain, yes, but also of endurance. And maybe that will be enough. For the land has waited too long to be free of the names given to it by conquerors and kings. It is older than all of them. Older than flags, older than politics, older even than the idea of nations. It is simply what it has always been, a place where faith and earth meet, where humanity learns again and again how fragile it is, and how strong it can be. So the story ends not with triumph, but with breath, a quiet inhalation after centuries of struggle. The war will one day fade into memory, but the people will remain. They will walk the same roads, draw water from the same wells, plant the same trees their ancestors once did. And when the spring rains return, washing the dust from the fields, the soil will drink deeply, remembering every drop of blood, every tear, every prayer whispered into its depths. Because this land has always been more than conflict. It is the place where hope refuses to die. The place where the world still looks, even in despair, for proof that peace is possible. And when the sun finally rises over Jerusalem, painting the domes in gold and the stones in fire, the light will touch every wall, every ruin, every face, Israeli and Palestinian alike. In that moment, all will be silent. And in that silence, for the first time in 1,000 years, the land will know rest. There are conflicts that end, and there are those that echo. The war for this land, between two peoples who call it home, has never truly stayed within its borders. It spilled long ago into the world's imagination, seeping into art, faith, and politics until it became something larger than itself, a mirror in which the entire human race could see its own contradictions. From the ashes of the Second World War to the screens of the modern age, Israel and Palestine became more than a geography. They became symbols, of justice and oppression, of memory and denial, of faith and despair. Every generation discovered itself in this story, taking sides not only out of loyalty but identity. It was no longer just a conflict over land. It was a test of conscience. In the early years, when the state of Israel was young and the refugee camps were still tents on dusty plains, the world's sympathy lay heavily with the survivors. The Jewish people, emerging from the unimaginable horror of the Holocaust, built a nation on the edge of the desert, a nation that seemed to rise from ashes into light. The global press spoke of rebirth, of resilience. The Western world, racked with guilt, embraced Israel as a living testament that such evil would never triumph again. But for another people, living in exile under canvas and concrete, the same miracle was a catastrophe. The Nakba, the catastrophe, became not just a historical event, but an identity. In every Palestinian home, stories of lost villages were told as lullabies. Grandfathers described the orchards of Jaffa and the hills of Galilee. Grandmothers carried keys to homes that no longer existed, as if the very act of remembering could preserve a vanished world. In the camps of Lebanon, in the narrow streets of Gaza, in the occupied towns of the West Bank, memory became resistance. The world began to divide. In the West, Israel was celebrated as a democratic fortress in a hostile region. In the Arab world, Palestine became the rallying cry of unity, the wound that refused to heal, the injustice that defined an era. Newspapers in Cairo, Damascus, and Baghdad printed maps of a lost homeland. Songs were written, flags raised, wars fought, not just for territory, but for dignity. For the Arab nations, the Palestinians were not only brothers, they were symbols of all that had been taken by colonialism, all that had been humiliated by empire. The Cold War soon found its reflection here. To one side, the United States and its allies armed Israel, seeing it as a bastion of There are conflicts that end, and there are those that echo. The war for this land, between two peoples who call it home, has never truly stayed within its borders. It spilled long ago into the world's imagination, seeping into art, faith, and politics until it became something larger than itself, a mirror in which the entire human race could see its own contradictions. From the ashes of the Second World War to the screens of the modern age, Israel and Palestine became more than a geography. They became symbols, of justice and oppression, of memory and denial, of faith and despair. Every generation discovered itself in this story, taking sides not only out of loyalty but identity. It was no longer just a conflict over land. It was a test of conscience. In the early years, when the state of Israel was young and the refugee camps were still tents on dusty plains, the world's sympathy lay heavily with the survivors. The Jewish people, emerging from the unimaginable horror of the Holocaust, built a nation on the edge of the desert, a nation that seemed to rise from ashes into light. The global press spoke of rebirth, of resilience. The Western world, racked with guilt, embraced Israel as a living testament that such evil would never triumph again. But for another people, living in exile under canvas and concrete, the same miracle was a catastrophe. The Nakba, the catastrophe, became not just a historical event, but an identity. In every Palestinian home, stories of lost villages were told as lullabies. Grandfathers described the orchards of Jaffa and the hills of Galilee. Grandmothers carried keys to homes that no longer existed, as if the very act of remembering could preserve a vanished world. In the camps of Lebanon, in the narrow streets of Gaza, in the occupied towns of the West Bank, memory became resistance. The world began to divide. In the West, Israel was celebrated as a democratic fortress in a hostile region. In the Arab world, Palestine became the rallying cry of unity, the wound that refused to heal, the injustice that defined an era. Newspapers in Cairo, Damascus, and Baghdad printed maps of a lost homeland. Songs were written, flags raised, wars fought, not just for territory, but for dignity. For the Arab nations, the Palestinians were not only brothers, they were symbols of all that had been taken by colonialism, all that had been humiliated by empire. The Cold War soon found its reflection here. To one side, the United States and its allies armed Israel, seeing it as a bastion of Western ideals in the Middle East. To the other, the Soviet Union and its clients championed the Palestinian cause as part of their revolutionary narrative, the struggle of the oppressed against the imperialist. But behind the banners of ideology, the reality on the ground remained the same: refugees in camps, soldiers on borders, walls that rose higher with every year. By the late 20th century, the conflict had become a lens through which the world saw itself. In the West, it stirred debates about guilt, history, and morality. In the East, it fed into questions of identity, resistance, and pride. And everywhere, it ignited passions that transcended distance. In universities in London, Paris, and New York, students marched with keffiyehs around their necks, chanting for liberation. In synagogues and community halls, others spoke of survival, of a people surrounded by enemies yet determined to live. The two narratives clashed not only on the ground but in the minds of millions, both believing themselves to be guardians of truth, both wounded by history, both blind to the other's pain. The media, too, became a battlefield. Images from Gaza and the West Bank were broadcast into living rooms across the world. A single photograph, a boy throwing a stone, a soldier aiming his rifle, could ignite outrage or defense depending on the eye that saw it. Narratives competed for space. Words became weapons. Every headline was a declaration. And yet, beneath the noise, there remained the human heart, weary, misunderstood, yearning to be seen. In Israel, the memory of persecution remained alive, not as history but as instinct. For many, every rocket, every attack, every threat from beyond the border was not merely war, it was survival, a continuation of centuries of exile and fear. They looked at the world's criticism and saw hypocrisy, a world that had turned its back on them once before, now judging their defense. Never again was not just a phrase, it was a way of breathing. In Palestine, the struggle became generational. Fathers who had lost their homes saw their sons face checkpoints, their daughters grow up in walled cities. Each uprising, each shattered truce, each failed negotiation deepened the sense of betrayal. And yet, through it all, there was an unbroken thread, sumud, the Arabic word for steadfastness. The belief that to remain, to exist, was victory. The diaspora grew, millions of Palestinians across the world carrying their homeland in memory, millions of Jews across the world defending the dream of Israel as sanctuary. From New York to Amman, Berlin to Ramallah, the story traveled in hearts and arguments, in prayers and protests. It became part of global consciousness, dividing dinner tables, uniting movements, shaping politics and art. Filmmakers, poets, and journalists tried to make sense of it. Mahmoud Darwish wrote verses that turned grief into beauty. We suffer from an incurable disease called hope. Israeli writers, too, wrestled with the moral weight of occupation, asking what freedom means when it comes at another's expense. Art became the last battlefield where empathy could still exist. The world changed, but the story endured. When the Berlin Wall fell, people spoke of new beginnings. But in Jerusalem, the walls only grew higher. When apartheid ended in South Africa, hope flared again. Could this land be next? And yet, each peace plan, each handshake, each summit dissolved back into suspicion and blood. Because the conflict had long ceased to be about borders alone. It was about memory, and memory does not surrender. For Israelis, every call for withdrawal felt like erasure of their survival. For Palestinians, every denial of return was the theft of their history. Two peoples bound by trauma, each fearing that recognition of the other would mean annihilation of themselves. The 21st century gave the story new arenas, the digital ones. Tweets replaced pamphlets. Videos replaced leaflets. The conflict went viral. A single clip from a smartphone could now shape global opinion, spark outrage, move millions. But it also deepened polarization. Truth drowned beneath algorithms, and empathy became selective, one tragedy shared, another ignored. Still, through all of this, the land remained the same. The hills of Galilee, the desert of Negev, the olive terraces of the West Bank, all indifferent to politics, all watching civilizations come and go. If the earth could speak, it would say, I have seen it all before. The story of Israel and Palestine has lasted not because of its borders, but because of its meaning. It is the story of what happens when two truths collide and refuse to yield. It is the story of how memory becomes identity, and identity becomes destiny. And it is the story of how humanity, in its longing for justice, can sometimes lose sight of mercy. There are no victors here, only survivors. Yet even survival, in this land, is sacred. Because to exist, to breathe, to remember, to hope, is itself an act of defiance against the centuries that tried to erase them both. In the end, perhaps this is what the conflict has taught the world, that justice without compassion becomes vengeance, and peace without truth becomes illusion. That memory can imprison as much as it can preserve. And that the hardest battles are not fought over land, but over the human heart. When the world looks upon this story, in anger, in grief, in fatigue, it should see not two enemies, but two reflections of the same wound. Each trying to heal by reopening the other's scar. Each haunted by what was lost, each terrified of losing what remains. The eternal conflict is not eternal because it cannot end. It is eternal because humanity itself keeps repeating it, in new lands, under new names. But here, in the soil that first heard prophets speak of peace, there is still a chance, faint, fragile, flickering like a candle in the wind. And perhaps that is enough. Because as long as one person, on either side, still dreams of a world without walls, then history has not yet won. When borders failed to contain the story of Israel and Palestine, the world itself became part of it. The map of this small land could fit within a single modern city, yet its shadow stretched across continents. No matter where one stood, in the halls of the United Nations or the streets of a refugee camp, this conflict seemed to whisper one question: what does justice mean? After the wars of the 20th century, humanity swore to never repeat its cruelties. But as tanks rolled through villages and bombs fell on crowded streets, the promises of never again began to fracture. For the first time, global institutions were forced to confront their own contradictions. The United Nations, born from the ashes of war, became both witness and stage, a place where history's wounds were debated in speeches rather than healed in reality. Every resolution passed was met with another veto. Every condemnation was answered by accusation. And slowly, the chamber that had once symbolized unity became an echo chamber of divided memory. To the Israelis, the world seemed blind to their fears. To the Palestinians, the same world seemed deaf to their suffering. The world powers moved their pieces across the board with precision, but without heart. The United States, bound by its alliance with Israel and its influence in the Middle East, became both protector and enabler. Europe, carrying the weight of guilt from its past, struggled to balance sympathy with silence. The Arab nations, once unified in rhetoric, found themselves divided by politics, ambition, and survival. And through all this, the people who lived beneath these policies, the families, the farmers, the children, were left to pay the cost of decisions made oceans away. But something unexpected began to happen in the margins, among the people who were not diplomats or generals. Artists, students, writers, and believers began to speak in new voices. They painted murals on broken walls, wrote poems on torn paper, and sang songs that crossed languages. They spoke of peace not as a treaty, but as a memory yet to be created. In South Africa, those who had defeated apartheid began to draw parallels between their own struggle and that of the Palestinians. They saw in the checkpoints and ID systems a reflection of the segregation they had once endured. In Latin America, liberation theologians invoked the land of prophets as a living parable, the poor facing power, the displaced seeking dignity. And in Europe, conscience turned uneasy. The same continent that had once expelled its Jewish population now watched as Israel became an occupying power, and moral certainty became impossible. In the age of television, the conflict gained new life through screens. For the first time, ordinary people could see the occupation, the bulldozers, the sirens, the funerals. It was no longer just a story told in numbers and speeches, it became a mosaic of human faces. Mothers crying over their sons. Soldiers too young to understand the orders they carried. Children drawing maps of a country they had never seen. And yet, visibility did not bring clarity. For every image of suffering came another of fear. For every plea for justice, another for security. The world watched, argued, and chose sides, often without truly listening. Then came the digital age, and with it, a new battlefield. The war for land became a war for narrative. Online, borders disappeared. A teenager in Jakarta could debate an activist in New York, while a video from Gaza could trend in Paris within minutes. Activism became decentralized, emotional, and fast, yet sometimes shallow, feeding outrage more than understanding. The hashtag replaced the protest march, and empathy often lasted only as long as the feed refreshed. Still, the global conscience stirred. Movements rose, boycott, divestment, sanctions became a rallying cry, demanding accountability through economics rather than arms. Human rights organizations documented abuses with increasing precision, while political leaders struggled to keep up with shifting public opinion. For the first time in decades, moral authority began to move away from governments and toward people. Yet even this global awakening carried contradictions. For every march that called for justice, there were voices that turned anger into hatred. Ancient prejudices, anti-Semitism cloaked as activism, Islamophobia disguised as defense, poisoned the very causes they claimed to serve. Once again, humanity repeated its oldest mistake, confusing the oppressor with the people, the state with the soul. Faith, too, became both bridge and battlefield. To Christians, this was the land where salvation had walked. To Muslims, it was the place of ascension, the third holiest site. To Jews, it was the covenant itself, written in eternity. And yet, the very faiths that preached peace found themselves divided by its geography. Churches, mosques, and synagogues stood side by side, yet their prayers often rose in separate directions. Despite all this, something remarkable endured, the persistence of hope. In Israeli towns near the border, mothers from peace groups secretly met with Palestinian mothers from nearby villages. They brought their children together, not to debate, but to play. For a few hours, the wall that divided them vanished, not physically, but emotionally. These moments never made the news. But they were real, and they mattered. In the refugee camps of Lebanon and Jordan, teachers taught their students not only history, but patience. Learn, they said, because one day, you will rebuild. And in Tel Aviv, young Israelis began to question the legacy of endless war, to ask whether strength without compassion was truly security. Change did not come as revolutions. It came as questions. Meanwhile, the rest of the world continued to shape its identity around this story. Every election, every protest, every speech seemed to carry echoes of it. Politicians invoked it to define loyalty. Activists invoked it to define morality. In doing so, the world revealed something profound: this conflict was no longer only about Israelis and Palestinians. It was about us all. It became the moral crossroads of modern civilization, a test of how far empathy could reach before it collapsed under fear. Even now, as the years turn and peace seems as distant as ever, there remains a thread that ties it all together: the unbroken will of ordinary people to imagine a different ending. Because despite decades of war, despite betrayals and blood, there are still those who plant trees in the dust, who write children's books about coexistence, who believe that to share the land is not weakness but destiny. The world continues to watch. Some with exhaustion, some with outrage, some with hope. But history, if it teaches anything, teaches this: even the longest shadow ends when the sun moves. And perhaps the world's role is not to choose sides, but to move that sun toward a horizon where both peoples can finally see each other not as symbols, but as humans. The wound of this land may never close completely. But if it can teach the world compassion, restraint, and remembrance, then its suffering will not have been in vain. Because in the end, the story of Israel and Palestine is not the story of a war that never ends, it is the story of humanity trying, again and again, to remember that peace is possible. And that remembering, in itself, is the first act of peace. In the years that followed the last failed peace talks, a strange silence spread across the land. Not the silence of peace, but the silence that follows exhaustion, a quiet built from too many promises broken, too many speeches that led nowhere. In Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, Ramallah, and Gaza, people no longer waited for miracles. They waited for something simpler, a life that made sense again. The 21st century dawned, not with hope, but with hesitation. The world had changed, new wars erupted in other lands, new powers rose, and the old question of Israel and Palestine seemed to fade from the front pages, though it never left the hearts of those who lived within its shadow. For them, history never became past, it was a living companion, whispering reminders in every demolished street and checkpoint. For Palestinians, the dream of return, al-Ada, endured like a heartbeat. Grandmothers still kept the rusted keys to homes they had not seen in 60 years, keys that no longer opened any doors, except the ones in memory. Children born in camps grew up knowing more about exile than about the places their parents called home. They drew maps from stories, building imaginary villages from the fragments of their elders' words. To be Palestinian became not just a nationality, but a testament, a way of saying we still exist. Meanwhile, in Israel, generations born after the wars inherited both the triumph and the trauma. They were raised to believe in a fragile nation surrounded by threat, a place where vigilance was survival, and compromise could be fatal. And yet, as new generations came of age, they began to ask questions their parents had been too afraid to voice aloud. How long could a people who had escaped walls live by building them? How long could a homeland thrive on fear? The answers did not come easily. In the cities, life thrived, technology, art, commerce, but beneath the rhythm of progress lay unease. In the settlements, fences crept across the hills like scars. Every expansion brought new protests, new anger, new headlines. The West Bank, once the heart of ancient Judea, now pulsed with tension, its roads divided by checkpoints and patrols. And in Gaza, the sky had become a border of its own, watched, monitored, pierced by drones that hummed like insects above the crowded rooftops. The early 2000s were years of fragmentation. Not just of land, but of identity. The Palestinian Authority, born from the hopes of Oslo, fractured under pressure. Fatah ruled the West Bank. Hamas seized Gaza. Two governments, one people, divided not by language or heritage, but by disillusionment. And as the political rift deepened, so too did the suffering of those caught in between. Ordinary citizens, once promised a nation, now lived between rival banners and divided loyalties. The blockade of Gaza tightened, and the sea, once the symbol of freedom, became a wall of water. Fishermen sailed a few miles out, watched by gunboats on the horizon. Inside the strip, power flickered on and off like a heartbeat, one moment light, the next darkness. And through it all, life continued, markets opened, children played, weddings were held even beneath the thunder of distant explosions. Because in Gaza, to live had become an act of defiance. In the West Bank, settlers built new homes on old hills, guarded by soldiers who were barely older than the children they questioned at checkpoints. Olive trees, some older than any living man, were uprooted, their roots exposed to the sun. And yet, each spring, new saplings appeared. Because the earth, like memory, refuses to forget. For Israelis, the fear of annihilation remained real. Suicide bombing scarred buses, cafes, and markets. Families sent their children to school each morning with prayers whispered under their breath. Every explosion reignited the old terror, that history could repeat, that enemies still lurked beyond the horizon. And in this endless loop of trauma, empathy became a casualty. Each side saw only its dead, its grief, its pain. But even within this landscape of despair, the human spirit searched for cracks in the wall. In universities, Israeli and Palestinian students began to meet online, through secret forums and digital dialogues. They debated, argued, wept, and dreamed together, not because they were naive, but because they refused to surrender their humanity to history. They shared songs, exchanged photos of their cities, discovered that their stories, though told in different tongues, carried the same refrain: we want to live. Across the world, the diaspora carried the conflict like an inheritance. In Europe and America, Palestinian voices spoke in classrooms, art galleries, and refugee associations, telling stories that the media often ignored. Israeli writers, too, began to confront the moral cost of occupation, the quiet erosion of empathy that came from perpetual war. Together, they began to ask not who was right, but what was left. The Arab Spring arrived like a sudden wind. In the streets of Cairo, Damascus, and Tunis, people rose to reclaim their dignity. For a moment, it seemed that history was turning a new page. But for Palestinians, the uprisings brought both inspiration and isolation. The region's focus shifted inward, revolutions consumed nations that had once spoken loudly of Palestine. And Israel, watching the chaos unfold around it, found new justification for its caution: see what happens when order collapses. Both sides retreated further into fear. Meanwhile, the world changed again. Technology made borders porous, but it also built new kinds of walls. Propaganda, misinformation, and rage spread faster than compassion ever could. The narrative of Israel and Palestine became weaponized by global ideologies, used by politicians seeking power, extremists seeking justification, and influencers seeking attention. Truth, already fragile, was buried beneath noise. And yet, beyond the algorithms, there were still moments of grace. A Palestinian doctor saving Israeli patients in a hospital near Tel Aviv. An Israeli mother marching with Palestinians for an end to violence. A joint orchestra of children who learned to play the same song, even when they could not cross each other's borders. These stories rarely made headlines, but they were real, quiet revolutions of empathy, blooming like wildflowers through cracks in concrete. As the years passed, both peoples began to realize something profound: that neither could win without losing themselves. Because the more one side suffered, the more the other hardened. The more vengeance grew, the further peace drifted away. It was not a balance of power, but a cycle of pain. By the 2010s, the peace process had become a ghost. Leaders came and went, negotiations began and died, promises were signed and forgotten. The checkpoints remained. The rockets returned. The walls rose higher. But beneath that grim repetition, something new was forming, not political, but generational. Young Israelis and Palestinians, connected through the same internet, music, and global culture, began to imagine peace not as an agreement, but as a generation's duty. They spoke in new languages, of coexistence, sustainability, shared water, shared sky. They grew tired of their elders' certainties. For them, the question was no longer who owned the land, but how they could both live upon it without destroying it. They built small movements, digital and fragile, but filled with courage. And though governments ignored them, they persisted, because hope, once lit, does not go out easily. The dream of return still lived on, but it began to evolve. No longer only about crossing borders, it became about reclaiming humanity itself, the right to dignity, memory, and identity. Palestinians carried their homeland within them, turning exile into culture, music, and art. Israelis began to rediscover the moral vision of their founders, a state meant not only for survival, but for justice. It was, perhaps, the beginning of a long awakening. Because after a century of conflict, both peoples began to see that the battle was not only against each other, but against forgetting that their destinies had always been intertwined. And so the story entered a quieter chapter, filled not with victories or treaties, but with questions, honest, painful, necessary questions. How do you build peace when peace has become a stranger? How do you forgive without forgetting? And how do you share a land where every stone remembers a different past? There were no easy answers. But still, in the streets of Bethlehem and the cafes of Tel Aviv, in the camps of Jordan and the corridors of the UN, the conversation continued. Because even when hope seemed buried beneath rubble, it had a way of breathing again. Every generation rediscovered it, like an ember that refuses to die. And so the story moved forward, not toward an ending, but toward understanding. Because perhaps, in the end, peace is not a destination. It is a long walk through history, taken by people who refuse to give up. The 21st century was supposed to be an age of progress, a time when humanity, armed with technology and reason, would finally leave behind its ancient hatreds. But the Middle East had its own rhythm, its own gravity. Here, the past never stayed buried, it pulsed beneath the surface, waiting to awaken. And in that pulse, the story of Israel and Palestine remained constant, fragile, unyielding, alive. After decades of war, diplomacy became a ritual of repetition. World leaders gathered in shining halls, shaking hands over maps that would soon be redrawn by missiles. Every new peace conference carried the ghosts of the last one. Every promise echoed the ones already broken. And yet, the world kept returning to this place, as if it knew that the key to understanding itself lay somewhere between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. The United States stood, as always, in the center of the storm. From Truman's recognition of Israel in 1948 to the decades of military and financial aid that followed, America had tied its fate to the survival of the Jewish state. But this bond, born from history and guilt, carried contradictions too heavy to hide. To many in the Arab world, Washington's support was not diplomacy, but dominance. And to Palestinians, it felt like a sentence, the endless approval of a system that denied their homeland. Every administration came with new words. Clinton spoke of partnership. Bush spoke of democracy. Obama spoke of dignity. Trump spoke of deals. But beneath the speeches, little changed. The settlements grew. The blockade held. The rockets fell. And every child born in the conflict inherited the same sky, heavy with drones and promises. Across the region, other powers began to move their pieces. Iran, once a monarchy allied with the West, had transformed into a revolutionary state after 1979. Its leaders saw in Palestine not only a cause, but a weapon, a way to rally the Muslim world under its banner, to challenge Israel's might and America's reach. Through Hezbollah in Lebanon and later through allies in Syria and Gaza, Tehran extended its shadow across the Levant. Every conflict became a chessboard, Israel on one side, Iran's proxies on the other, the land between them trembling under their struggle for dominance. For Israel, surrounded by enemies both near and imagined, survival remained the national creed. Its technology advanced, drones, cyber defense, intelligence, turning the small nation into one of the most formidable powers in the world. But with every military success came a deeper isolation of spirit. Victory could secure borders, but it could not silence conscience. A democracy under perpetual siege began to wrestle with its own reflection, how to remain free while ruling another people. The Arab world, meanwhile, fractured into storms of its own making. The Iraq War tore open old wounds. The Syrian civil war burned through generations. The rise of ISIS turned the language of faith into a weapon of chaos. And amid the smoke, Palestine faded from the forefront of Arab politics. Where once it had been the unifying cry of the region, it now became a symbol whispered rather than shouted. But history has a way of circling back. As new powers rose, old alliances shifted. In 2020, something unthinkable happened. Nations that had long refused to recognize Israel began to normalize relations. The Abraham Accords turned enemies into trading partners. Flights began to cross skies once forbidden. Embassies opened. Agreements were signed. Smiles filled the cameras. And yet, beneath the glitter of diplomacy, an unease lingered. Because the peace being built was not between Israel and Palestine, it was peace without Palestine. For the leaders of the region, pragmatism replaced passion. Oil, trade, and security now spoke louder than solidarity. But for the millions still living under occupation, behind walls and checkpoints, this new Middle East felt like an old betrayal. In Gaza, fireworks lit the sky for weddings, not for treaties. In Jerusalem, evictions continued quietly, families displaced in the name of legality. And in refugee camps from Lebanon to Jordan, the word return still echoed, as stubborn as hope itself. The wars continued, 2008, 2012, 2014, 2021. Each followed the same pattern: rockets launched, airstrikes answered, civilians caught in between. Screens filled with the same images: shattered buildings, dust-covered children, grieving parents. The world watched, condemned, forgot, until the next cycle began. For those living through it, time became circular. Peace talks began to feel like myths told to children before bed, beautiful, but unreal. Yet amidst this endless repetition, something new was growing, not in the halls of power, but in the streets. In the refugee camps, young Palestinians turned their anger into art. Graffiti became testimony. Music became memory. And in Israel, a generation weary of fear began to question the permanence of walls. They saw in their Palestinian neighbors not enemies, but reflections, another people trapped by the same story. Social media amplified both empathy and hatred. A video of a bombing could reach millions in minutes. A single act of brutality could spark protests across continents. The conflict became global again, not through armies, but through algorithms. People who had never seen the land began to feel ownership over its pain. Some used it to divide. Others used it to connect. And though the noise was deafening, the truth occasionally broke through, raw, human, undeniable. By the 2020s, the world's balance of power began to tilt once more. China rose. Russia reasserted itself. The West faltered in confidence. In this shifting order, Israel found new allies and old caution. Palestine found new platforms and old despair. And yet, the story endured, because it was never merely about geopolitics. It was about the oldest of human questions: who belongs? Who decides? In Iran's speeches, Palestine remained sacred. In Israel's strategy, it remained strategic. In America's rhetoric, it remained complicated. But in the eyes of the people who lived there, it remained home. A place where the sacred and the ordinary met, where prophets once walked and soldiers now patrol. A land that belonged to everyone and no one, all at once. And so the world's great powers continued to orbit it, drawn by its gravity, repelled by its complexity. Every new deal claimed to bring stability. every new war proved otherwise. And while leaders spoke of security, the children of Gaza still played under the hum of drones. While diplomats toasted peace, farmers in the West Bank still watched their land shrink, year after year. While superpowers debated sanctions and alliances, the ordinary people kept burying their dead in silence. But even now, the heart of the story beats beneath all the politics, stubborn, steady, and human. It beats in the laughter of children who play amid ruins. It beats in the olive tree replanted after bulldozers pass. It beats in the handshake of two men who know that forgiveness is harder than revenge, but more enduring. The world can redraw its maps, shift its alliances, trade its weapons. But it cannot erase the truth that has outlived empires, that two peoples still share one land, one history, one destiny. And until they find a way to share it in peace, every treaty will be temporary, every empire fleeting. For in this place, where prophets spoke, where kings rose and fell, where faith and fury still collide, the story of Israel and Palestine remains not a conflict to be solved, but a mirror held up to the soul of humanity itself. A mirror that asks, again and again, how do we live with our neighbors? How do we forgive the unforgivable? And when will we finally learn that no wall can keep out the past, or the future? The sun rose over Jerusalem like a warning, crimson and tired, filtered through the dust of another sleepless night. By 2001, the landscape of hope that had once shimmered across the hills of the Holy Land was fractured again. The Oslo years were a fading photograph, yellowed by disappointment, folded at the edges by betrayal. What had begun as a handshake of peace beneath the white gaze of the White House now felt like a memory from another world. Israel was in mourning, not only for the lives lost to suicide bombings, but for the death of belief that peace was possible. Palestine, too, was wounded, not just by the bullets and demolitions, but by the feeling that their cries had been unheard, that promises were made only to be broken, again and again. The Second Intifada had erupted like fire under dry grass, and both sides were burning. The year 2000 had seen the collapse of Camp David II, where Ehud Barak, Bill Clinton, and Yasser Arafat tried to write the last chapter of a century-old tragedy. They had come so close. 90% of the West Bank, Gaza, even parts of East Jerusalem were on the table. But for both leaders, almost was not enough. For Arafat, the proposed deal did not guarantee a sovereign, contiguous state, nor did it address the refugees, the heart of Palestinian pain. For Barak, any greater concession would shatter Israel's fragile political coalition. The talks ended without a handshake, without a plan. And the world sighed, peace, once again, had slipped away. In the months that followed, the air grew heavier. The checkpoints multiplied. The settlements expanded. And then, in September 2000, a single visit ignited the fury that had been simmering beneath the surface. Ariel Sharon, the old general, the symbol of Israeli strength, walked onto the Temple Mount, or Haram al-Sharif, surrounded by hundreds of security officers. For Israelis, it was a statement of sovereignty. For Palestinians, it was a provocation at the heart of their faith. Stones were thrown. Bullets answered. Within days, the uprising spread from Jerusalem to Gaza, from Ramallah to Nablus. The Second Intifada had begun. This was not like the first. It was darker, bloodier, more desperate. Where once children had thrown stones, now young men carried guns and strapped explosives to their chests. Where once the protests had filled the streets, now the war was fought in alleys and buses, in restaurants and nightclubs. The cycle of death became a rhythm, a suicide bombing in Tel Aviv, a targeted assassination in Gaza, a rocket, a reprisal, another funeral, another mother's cry. Ariel Sharon, elected prime minister in 2001, responded with iron and fire. To him, Arafat was no longer a partner in peace, he was the orchestrator of terror. The Israeli Defense Forces launched Operation Defensive Shield in 2002, their largest military campaign in the West Bank since 1967. Tanks rolled into Jenin and Ramallah, bulldozers carved through refugee camps, homes were flattened in the name of security. The siege of the Makada Arafat's compound, began. The once celebrated leader of a people found himself surrounded, trapped, and humiliated in the ruins of his own authority. The images shocked the world: Arafat, gray-bearded and trembling, sitting beneath a flickering light as Israeli tanks circled outside. Yet to his followers, this siege transformed him once more into a symbol of resistance. Even as his power dwindled, his mythology grew. In Israel, fear became routine. Parents checked the faces of passengers on every bus. Coffee cups trembled as news flashed across televisions: suicide bombing in Jerusalem, attack in Haifa, massacre in Netanya. The violence was relentless. And yet beneath it, something more insidious was happening: the wall was rising. In 2002, Israel began constructing what it called a security barrier. Palestinians called it a separation wall, or simply, the wall. It snaked across hills, slicing through olive groves, cutting families from their fields, and cities from their hearts. For Israelis, it worked: suicide bombings dropped sharply. For Palestinians, it was a prison wall, the concrete manifestation of occupation. Each side saw in it their truth, safety, or suffocation. Meanwhile, the politics of despair deepened. Arafat's health was failing, his leadership crumbling. In 2004, he was flown to Paris for treatment, and there, in a French military hospital, he died. To Palestinians, he was their father, their warrior, their flawed symbol. To Israel, he remained the man who had walked away from peace. To the world, he was the embodiment of a conflict that refused to end. After his death, Mahmoud Abbas, quieter, more diplomatic, took the helm of the Palestinian Authority. He spoke of negotiations, of diplomacy, of restoring order to the chaos. But his words floated above a fractured landscape. Gaza was boiling. The streets whispered a new name: Hamas. Born from the ashes of the First Intifada, Hamas had become more than a movement. It was an ideology of defiance, a rejection of compromise, a belief that only resistance could reclaim what was lost. Their rise was fueled not only by Israel's occupation, but by Palestinian frustration with corruption and inaction. By 2006, they would win the Palestinian legislative elections, shocking the world and splitting the nation. But that was still to come. Before that fracture came another rupture, from within Israel itself. Ariel Sharon, the general of Sabra and Shatila, the architect of settlements, did something no one expected. He ordered the complete withdrawal of Israeli troops and settlers from Gaza in 2005. It was called the Gaza Disengagement Plan. For some Israelis, it was an act of courage; for others, a betrayal. Soldiers were filmed dragging settlers from their homes, their faces wet with tears. The images haunted a nation divided between pragmatism and ideology. Gaza was free, but not free. The Israeli army had left, yet the borders, the air, and the sea remained under Israeli control. For Palestinians, the euphoria of victory quickly turned to frustration. The economy collapsed. The rivalry between Hamas and Fatah intensified. The people were trapped between a wall and the sea, between hope and despair. By the end of 2005, the map of the conflict had changed again. The dream of two states had not died, but it was gasping. The checkpoints, the settlements, the rockets, the retaliation, all had built a labyrinth no leader could escape. And so the land fell silent again, for a moment. The guns paused. The bulldozers cooled. The flags hung limp in the still air. But in that silence, something else was growing. A generation of children who had never known a day of peace. Boys who had seen fathers die at checkpoints, girls who had heard drones before they could read. Israelis who had learned to look over their shoulders, Palestinians who had learned to look up at the sky. Both sides were raising children in the shadow of fear, and both sides dreamed of a normal life, a morning without explosions, a night without sirens. But the geography of grief had no borders. As 2006 approached, both peoples stood at another crossroad. For Israel, the threat was not only beyond its borders but within, a struggle over what kind of state it wanted to be. For Palestinians, the choice was between unity and division, diplomacy and defiance. The peace process was a phrase without substance, a script without actors. The world had stopped believing. And yet, in the quiet hours between one explosion and the next, somewhere in the hills of Hebron, or the streets of Tel Aviv, there were still those who whispered, maybe one day. The story was far from over. The stage was resetting. New leaders would rise. New wars would come. But the question that haunted them all was the same: how many more generations must carry the burden of this land's unending sorrow? For in this small strip of earth, sacred to three faiths and fought over for 1,000 years, history is not written in ink, it is carved into stone, and watered by tears. And in that eternal conflict between memory and mercy, between vengeance and vision, the world watched, weary, helpless, yet unable to look away. The year 2006 began with rain, soft, hesitant rain falling over the cracked earth of Gaza. It washed over the ruins of old refugee camps, trickled through alleyways where children played among the debris of broken walls, and fell silently upon the graveyards of martyrs and soldiers alike. It was the rain of renewal, but it fell on a land that no longer believed in beginnings. The world's eyes were elsewhere, on Iraq, on Iran, on distant wars fought in the name of freedom. But here, in the strip of earth between sea and desert, another election was taking place, one that would shake the foundations of the region. For the first time since its creation, the Palestinian Authority was about to face a real contest for power. On one side stood Fatah, the old guard of Yasser Arafat, weary but still rooted in the dream of diplomacy. On the other stood Hamas, born from the resistance, forged in the streets, preaching purity, defiance, and faith. The results came like thunder. Hamas won. It was not merely a political shift, it was an earthquake. The West was stunned, Israel outraged, and even many Palestinians uncertain. The green flags of Hamas now fluttered above municipal buildings once draped in Fatah's yellow. The language of resistance had triumphed over the language of negotiation. For the first time, Gaza and the West Bank were drifting apart, not just geographically, but ideologically, spiritually. Israel reacted swiftly. Sanctions tightened, funds were frozen, and contact with the new government was cut. The United States and the European Union followed suit, demanding that Hamas renounce violence and recognize Israel's right to exist. Hamas refused. They saw recognition as surrender, negotiation as betrayal. And so began a slow, suffocating siege, a war not of armies, but of economies, power, and pride. Inside Gaza, tensions grew unbearable. The rivalry between Hamas and Fatah turned inward, gunfights in the streets, kidnappings, assassinations. Brothers became enemies. The Palestinian flag, once a symbol of unity, now hung between factions, torn down and raised again, each claiming it as their own. By 2007, the conflict exploded into open war. Gaza was ablaze. Fatah forces were routed, their men hunted through alleys, their strongholds burned. Within days, Hamas had seized total control. The Palestinian nation was split in two, Gaza under Hamas, the West Bank under Fatah. One people, two governments, no peace. The isolation of Gaza became complete. Israel sealed the crossings, Egypt closed its borders, and the Mediterranean, so close, so blue, became a wall of water. The Strip was trapped. Food, medicine, electricity, everything came in through narrow tunnels dug by desperate hands. A city beneath a city, a shadow economy beneath the blockade. Yet even in the midst of despair, the politics of the region shifted again. In Israel, Ariel Sharon had fallen, literally. A stroke had taken the man who had redrawn the map of Gaza. In his place rose a new leader, Ehud Olmert, a man caught between the memory of peace and the inevitability of war. Then, in the summer of 2006, another front ignited, not in Gaza, but in Lebanon. Hezbollah, the Shia militia in the south, captured 2 Israeli soldiers near the border. Israel responded with fury, launching airstrikes and a massive ground invasion. The war that followed, the Second Lebanon War, was brief but brutal. For 34 days, the skies above Beirut burned. Entire neighborhoods were reduced to ash. Bridges collapsed into rivers. Israel's air force pounded targets deep within Lebanon, while Hezbollah fired thousands of rockets into northern Israel. Both sides claimed victory, both sides buried their dead. But for Israel, it was a sobering moment, a war that revealed the limits of military might. For Hezbollah, it was a rise into legend, proof that defiance could stand against an army. And across the region, a new perception took hold, that Israel, the invincible, could be bled, that power was not absolute. In Gaza, Hamas took note. The years that followed were years of waiting, for aid, for justice, for revenge. Gaza grew darker under blackout and blockade. Its streets filled with whispers, of tunnels, of rockets, of the next confrontation. To the world, it was a humanitarian crisis, to its people, it was survival. Then, in late 2008, the fragile silence shattered. Israel accused Hamas of firing rockets into its southern towns, Sderot, Ashkelon, Be'er Sheva. Hamas accused Israel of assassinating its men, tightening the siege, starving its people. Each side claimed to be defending itself, each side prepared for war. On December 27, 2008, the sky over Gaza turned to fire. Operation Cast Lead had begun. The first wave came from above, airstrikes on police stations, training camps, government buildings. Within minutes, hundreds lay dead. The smell of smoke and fear spread through the narrow streets. The Israeli Defense Forces declared their goal, to stop the rockets, to cripple Hamas. But as the days passed, the line between target and bystander blurred. For 22 days, Gaza was pounded by air, sea, and land. Israeli tanks rolled to the city's edge, soldiers moved through shattered homes, alley by alley. The world watched in horror, 1,400 Palestinians killed, most of them civilians, 13 Israelis dead. Schools, hospitals, and mosques were turned to rubble. The United Nations condemned the assault, Israel insisted it had no choice. On the screens of the world, Gaza became a ghost, a gray wasteland of broken glass and burning tires. Children wandered through the ruins, carrying fragments of lives that once were. In Tel Aviv, too, families grieved, sons who never came back, soldiers who fought in a war that solved nothing. When the smoke finally cleared in January 2009, both sides declared victory. But victory was an illusion. Gaza remained under siege, Hamas still stood, and Israel's security was no more certain than before. What had changed was the heart of the conflict. It was no longer just a struggle over land, it had become a struggle over existence itself. And as the political dust settled, the human cost remained. Thousands without homes, entire families erased, generations traumatized. The land was scarred, and so were its people. Across the Middle East, a new cynicism took root. Peace was no longer the dream of the masses, it was the language of the naive. Every negotiation was a performance, every promise a prelude to disappointment. The very idea of coexistence was fading, replaced by fatigue, by bitterness, by the belief that perhaps they were never meant to share this land. But history, as it always had, continued to move, slowly, painfully, unpredictably. The old leaders were fading. New movements were stirring. In the distance, the world was changing, the Arab Spring was approaching, a storm that would shake the region to its core. For now, though, Gaza slept under the hum of drones and the glow of dying fires. In Ramallah, Abbas sat beneath the flag of a divided nation. In Tel Aviv, leaders debated how to control a land that refused to be quiet. The silence between them was heavy, the kind of silence that follows exhaustion, not peace. The streets of Jerusalem waited, as they always had, ancient stones bearing witness to another generation's grief. And in that stillness, the world asked once more, how long can a people live without hope, and how long can a nation survive without compassion? The story was not over, not even close. The next chapter would begin with protest, with revolution, and with a new kind of warfare, not with tanks or airstrikes, but with words, cameras, and the power of the crowd. The decade began with a whisper, the kind that grows into a storm. Across the Arab world, something was stirring. From Tunisia to Egypt, from Libya to Syria, millions rose to their feet, chanting not for ideology or empire, but for dignity. Bread, freedom, social justice. 3 words that ignited a generation. In Gaza and the West Bank, those words echoed softly, a distant call that reached even the narrowest alleyways and the most guarded checkpoints. The Arab Spring was not just a revolution of politics, it was a revolution of belief. That people, long silenced, could rise and rewrite their fate. In early 2011, Egypt's Tahrir Square became the heart of that belief. For weeks, the world watched as crowds flooded the streets, defying the police, the curfews, the fear. When Hosni Mubarak fell, the earth trembled all the way to Gaza. Because Egypt was not just a neighbor, it was a gate. Its border with Gaza, sealed for years, was a symbol of the blockade's suffocation. And now, the gatekeeper was gone. For Hamas, the fall of Mubarak was a sign. The Muslim Brotherhood, Hamas's ideological kin, was rising in Cairo. Suddenly, the movement that had been isolated found itself surrounded by potential allies. The siege, it seemed, might finally break. But history, especially here, rarely offers gifts without cost. In Israel, the Arab Spring was met not with celebration, but with apprehension. The familiar dictators, however repressive, had been predictable. The new world that was emerging was chaotic, uncertain. The fall of old regimes meant the rise of new threats. And amid the turmoil, Iran's shadow grew longer. In Gaza, euphoria quickly met reality. The border crossings remained tightly controlled, the economy no freer than before. And while the people watched Egypt change, their own leadership remained locked in the same dance of survival and control. Meanwhile, in the West Bank, Mahmoud Abbas continued his pursuit of legitimacy through diplomacy. In 2011, he made his move, a bid for Palestinian statehood recognition at the United Nations. The hall erupted in applause when he held up the application. For a moment, the Palestinian dream seemed within reach, framed not in violence, but in diplomacy. But dreams in this land are fragile. The United States vetoed the Security Council motion. The statehood bid stalled. Israel, angered by the attempt, announced new settlement expansions in the West Bank. Bulldozers roared to life once more, and the land that Palestinians claimed as their future vanished acre by acre beneath concrete and steel. Still, Abbas persisted. "We are not returning to negotiations for the sake of negotiations," he said. But his words carried little weight. The people were tired of speeches. And then, in November 2012, the air above Gaza burned again. It began, as always, with a spark, an Israeli strike that killed Ahmed Jabari, a senior Hamas commander. Israel said he was responsible for attacks on its citizens. Hamas vowed revenge. Rockets rained down on Israeli towns, airstrikes answered from the sky. The conflict spiraled, Operation Pillar of Defense. For 8 days, the skies over Gaza and southern Israel became a storm of fire. The Iron Dome, Israel's missile defense system, intercepted rockets in streaks of light across the night sky. The world watched those arcs, tiny symbols of both fragility and control. On the ground, civilians bore the cost. In Gaza, entire families were buried under rubble. In Israel, families huddled in bomb shelters, praying the next siren would not be their last. The familiar rhythm returned: strike, retaliation, ceasefire. But this time, the mediator was different. It was Egypt, not under Mubarak, but under President Mohammed Morsi of the Muslim Brotherhood. For Hamas, it was a moment of recognition. For Israel, it was a test of a new regional order. When the ceasefire came, it was fragile but real. For a brief time, hope flickered. Borders reopened slightly. Aid began to flow. Gaza's fishermen sailed a little farther from shore. The people spoke of reconstruction, of a chance to breathe again. But as with every fragile dawn in this region, clouds gathered quickly. By 2013, the Arab Spring had begun to decay. In Egypt, Morsi's government was overthrown by the military, and General Abdel Fattah el-Sisi rose to power. The Brotherhood was outlawed again, its members hunted, its ties to Hamas severed. The gates to Gaza closed once more. The tunnels, lifelines for goods and survival, were flooded by Egyptian forces. Hamas found itself cornered. Isolated by Israel, estranged from Egypt, distrusted by the West, and resented by parts of its own people. Salaries went unpaid. Electricity flickered on for only a few hours a day. The streets darkened, literally and metaphorically. In the West Bank, life continued under occupation, quieter, but no freer. The settlements spread, the checkpoints remained, and the Palestinian Authority's legitimacy eroded further. Abbas's government was seen as powerless, bound by dependence on foreign aid and Israeli coordination. The peace process was revived briefly in 2013 under U.S. Secretary of State John Kerry. 9 months of talks, long meetings, longer silences. But it was déjà vu. The same issues, the same stalemates, borders, refugees, Jerusalem, security. Nothing changed. When the talks collapsed in 2014, Kerry's exhaustion mirrored the world's. And then, that summer, the fire returned, fiercer than before. On June 12, 2014, 3 Israeli teenagers were kidnapped and killed in the West Bank. Israel blamed Hamas. The army launched Operation Brother's Keeper, arresting hundreds of Palestinians. Hamas responded with rockets. Israel answered with airstrikes. The escalation became inevitable. In July 2014, the full-scale assault began, Operation Protective Edge. For 50 days, Gaza became a battlefield. Neighborhoods were erased. Hospitals, schools, and UN shelters were hit. The images were unbearable: fathers carrying the lifeless bodies of their children, families trapped under rubble, entire city blocks turned to dust. Israel said Hamas used civilian areas as shields. Hamas said nowhere in Gaza was safe. By the time the ceasefire came, more than 2,000 Palestinians were dead, a quarter of them children. 66 Israeli soldiers and 6 civilians were killed. The war had no winners, only survivors. And yet, in the quiet aftermath, both sides claimed victory. Hamas celebrated endurance, Israel pointed to deterrence. But beneath the rhetoric, both nations bled in silence. In Tel Aviv, young Israelis marched demanding peace, tired of war without end. In Gaza, the ruins were cleared, and children returned to shattered classrooms. The sea, eternal and indifferent, lapped at the coast as if trying to wash away the scars. Across the Middle East, the chaos of the Arab Spring had birthed something darker: civil war in Syria, ISIS in Iraq, a new generation of extremism. The Palestinian struggle, once the center of Arab politics, was now overshadowed by larger fires. The world's cameras turned away, and Gaza faded from the headlines. But in the hearts of millions, the question still pulsed: could the dream survive? Could peace still rise from so much ruin? In the West Bank, Abbas continued to speak of statehood, of diplomacy, of patience. In Gaza, Hamas rebuilt tunnels, rearmed, and prepared for the next round. Israel reinforced its borders, strengthened its Iron Dome, and debated what to do with a people it did not want to control, but could not ignore. And so the cycle continued: construction and destruction, war and ceasefire, hope and heartbreak. By the end of 2014, a strange calm returned. The guns fell silent, but the silence felt heavier than war. It was the silence of resignation, the feeling that this might be forever. And yet, beneath that silence, something else was stirring again, not in the camps or the battlefields, but in the digital realm. The world was changing. The fight was no longer just for territory, it was for narrative, for perception, for truth. Cameras replaced rifles. Hashtags replaced slogans. The battle for the story of Palestine had begun. The years turned quietly, like pages weathered by the wind. The walls of Jerusalem glimmer in the morning light, but the air carries the weight of centuries. Beneath the shadow of its stones, a truth remains: that this land, sacred to 3 faiths, has never belonged to peace for long. And yet, through blood and dust, people still pray for it. In the aftermath of wars, of treaties written and broken, of uprisings and withdrawals, of walls built and walls torn down, Israel and Palestine stand as mirrors, reflecting each other's fear, memory, and longing. At the start of the 21st century, the world changed. Global powers shifted their gaze, Yet the small strip of land between the River Jordan and the Mediterranean Sea remained the stage for one of humanity's oldest struggles, not only over borders, but over meaning. After the Oslo Accords failed to bring true reconciliation, both sides turned inward. Hope flickered, then faded. By the early 2000s, frustration gave way to fury. The Second Intifada erupted, a storm of resistance and retaliation. Streets that once echoed with commerce now filled with gunfire. Buses exploded in city centers, tanks rolled through refugee camps. Checkpoints multiplied. Fear became routine. Every death deepened the silence between two peoples who once lived side by side. And in that silence, hatred hardened like stone. In Israel, new politics arose, security above all else. Walls were built, fences stretched for hundreds of miles, cutting through olive groves, dividing villages from their fields, and children from their schools. To many Israelis, it meant safety. To Palestinians, it meant suffocation, a visible scar across their homeland. The West Bank became a maze of borders and permissions. Gaza, isolated, turned inward, densely populated, blockaded, restless. A generation grew up behind barbed wire and drones, their sky forever watched. In the refugee camps of Lebanon, Jordan, and beyond, the children of exile inherited the keys and deeds of homes their grandparents once lived in, small relics of a promise unfulfilled. Their lives were shaped not by the soil beneath their feet, but by a memory of a land they had never seen. Meanwhile, in Israeli cities, a different anxiety brewed, the fear that peace might mean vulnerability, that giving back land could invite annihilation. For every call of liberation, there was a whisper of survival. The conflict was no longer just about territory. It had become identity itself. The world watched, then looked away. But every few years, the headlines would return: Gaza bombarded, rockets fired, civilians trapped in cycles of revenge. Each side buried its dead and swore never again. Yet, never again meant different things, to different people. The peace process stalled. Leadership on both sides aged, weakened, divided. Factionalism tore at the Palestinian cause, Hamas in Gaza, Fatah in the West Bank, two halves of a dream that could not reunite. And within Israel, politics tilted further toward security, nationalism, and faith. The dream of a two-state solution, once championed by diplomats and ordinary citizens alike, began to fade into the past tense. In the background, new forces rose: America's wars in the Middle East, the Arab Spring, Iran's ambitions, the shifting alliances of the Gulf. Israel normalized ties with some Arab states, old enemies turned pragmatic partners. Yet for Palestinians, the world grew quieter. The cameras left. The speeches stopped. The occupation remained. Still, within the rubble, small acts of life continued: a teacher opening a classroom in Hebron, a farmer tending his trees near Ramallah, a musician in Tel Aviv singing about loss. These were the invisible rebellions of ordinary people refusing to let despair define them. Time blurred the lines between generations. The old men who remembered 1948 died one by one, their stories passed like fading embers to their grandchildren. The young no longer spoke of coexistence, they spoke of survival. Hope was a word they read in textbooks, not one they saw around them. The rise of social media changed everything and nothing at once. For the first time, the conflict was no longer told solely through the lens of foreign correspondents. It was live-streamed, raw, immediate, human. A boy throwing stones. A mother mourning her son. An airstrike lighting the night sky. The world could no longer claim ignorance. But empathy, too, was fleeting. Outrage burned bright, then disappeared with the next trending crisis. And yet, there are moments, fragile, fleeting, where the possibility of peace still shimmers. A shared melody at a protest. A Jewish and an Arab doctor saving the same child in a hospital ward. A quiet conversation between soldiers and civilians. They are not solutions, but reminders that humanity endures, even when politics fails. Decades have passed since the first Zionist settlers came to Palestine. Over a century of promises, wars, and negotiations, and still, no peace. The land that once birthed prophets has become a place of walls and wounds. But perhaps, hidden beneath the ashes of history, there remains a seed. Because history does not end in war. It continues in memory. And memory, no matter how scarred, is still alive. In the deserts of the Negev, the winds whisper ancient words, of prophets who spoke of justice, of mercy, of swords beaten into plowshares. And though humanity has strayed far from those words, they still echo. For the story of Israel and Palestine is not simply one of enemies. It is a mirror of us all, of what happens when fear triumphs over empathy, when faith turns into weapon, when history refuses to heal. But it also shows us what endurance means. The stubborn will to exist, even when the world denies you peace. The children of this land, Jewish, Muslim, Christian, grow up knowing checkpoints and air raid sirens. Yet they also know the same sun, the same sea, the same longing for home. One day, perhaps, they will inherit not their parents' hatred, but their grandparents' dreams, a home, a flag, a future that does not require the other's destruction. Until then, Jerusalem remains both the wound and the promise. Its stones have seen empires rise and fall, Babylon, Persia, Rome, Byzantium, the Caliphates, Crusaders, Ottomans, the British. All believed they were eternal. All passed. Yet the city endures. And so do its people. In a small alley of the old city, as dusk falls and prayers rise from every direction, the muezzins call from Al-Aqsa, the church bells from the Holy Sepulchre, the chanting from the western wall, their sounds weave together, forming not harmony, but something deeper, the shared recognition of a divine yearning, older than conflict itself. Perhaps peace, if it ever comes, will not arrive with treaties or ceremonies, but in the quiet, in the decision of ordinary people to stop inheriting pain, to start remembering differently. For every empire that tried to rule this land has fallen. But the dream of peace, fragile as it is, remains unconquered. And maybe, that is the real conquest, not of territory, but of the human heart. As the screen fades to black, the last voice speaks softly, a whisper over ancient winds. Here, where prophets walked and soldiers fell, where kings built and nations broke, humanity still breathes. And though peace sleeps beneath the rubble, it dreams still, waiting for those brave enough to wake it. The desert air hums under a violet sky. In the stillness between stars, drones glide like silent vultures. The hum of machines replaces the cries of prophets. This is the new Middle East, a place both ancient and artificial, where the dust of history mixes with the glow of screens. The old maps are gone. The new ones are drawn in algorithms, in data, in fear. Yet beneath it all, the land remains the same. The stones remember. The olive trees still grow, stubborn as ever, their roots tangled in centuries of blood and belief. In this landscape, the conflict has changed shape but not substance. Once, wars were fought with tanks and rifles. Now, they are fought through walls of code, information, and isolation. The cities of Israel gleam with glass and steel, alive with startups and satellites, while just a few kilometers away, the people of Gaza watch the same sky through concrete cracks. The distance between them is not measured in miles, but in memory. For decades, people have spoken of a peace process. The phrase itself has become ritual, like an incantation recited without faith. Presidents come and go. Summits are held in gilded halls. Flags are arranged, hands are shaken, cameras flash, and yet, outside, the checkpoints remain. The walls remain. The fear remains. Every negotiation ends with another wound dressed in the language of progress. In Gaza, the nights are loud and silent all at once. Generators hum when the power fails, which is often. Children learn to count the seconds between the sound of a missile's launch and its arrival. Parents whisper stories of cities that once were open, Jaffa, Haifa, Acre, cities they can only see through faded photographs. Every generation learns how to dream under siege. And somehow, impossibly, they still do. Across the border, in Tel Aviv, the sea shimmers under neon lights. Cafes are crowded, music plays, laughter fills the air. But beneath it, there's an unease, a question that never leaves the room. What does it mean to live in safety when your neighbor lives in ruin? What does it mean to defend yourself against a people who share your sky, your past, your pain? Israel, born from trauma, built on survival, now finds itself trapped in the very fortress it created. And the world watches through screens. Millions scroll through headlines, through photos of smoke and rubble, of children carried in arms, of soldiers staring through dust. Outrage rises and falls in waves, replaced the next day by something else. The conflict has become a kind of background noise, familiar, tragic, endless. Yet every explosion still kills someone's future, every rocket still burns a home that once held laughter. The leaders speak of deterrence, of security, of rights, of terror. But those words echo hollowly now. They've been spoken too many times, by too many mouths. The truth is simpler, and far more painful. It is the truth of two peoples bound by the same grief, a grief that mirrors itself across every border and checkpoint. Somewhere in Jerusalem, as night falls, a rabbi and an imam meet in secret. They drink tea, speak softly, and listen. They speak of their children, not politics, not land, just children. Both men have lost someone. Both know that their faiths, at their core, do not call for conquest, but for compassion. And yet, both know that compassion is the first casualty of fear. When they part, they embrace. It changes nothing. But it means everything. There are moments like this everywhere, invisible threads woven between enemies who refuse to remain enemies. A nurse in Haifa treating a wounded child from Gaza. A young Palestinian artist painting murals on the walls of occupation, transforming barriers into canvases. An Israeli soldier leaving food at a checkpoint for a hungry family. These are the quiet acts of rebellion, not against nations, but against despair. In the refugee camps, stories pass like inheritance. Old women tell of orchards by the sea, of jasmine blooming in courtyards now turned to rubble. They do not tell these stories to keep hate alive, they tell them so their children remember that beauty once existed here. That their identity is not only suffering, but song. And in Israeli schools, some teachers begin to change the narrative. They teach history not as triumph, but as tragedy shared. They ask their students not to choose sides, but to ask questions. To imagine a world where both flags could fly, not as rivals, but as neighbors. It sounds naive. But maybe naivete is where peace begins, the courage to imagine what no one else dares to believe. In recent years, new movements rise, small, fragile, easily crushed. Groups of Israelis and Palestinians who work together, planting trees, cleaning beaches, rebuilding homes destroyed by war. They are mocked by extremists, ignored by politicians, but they persist. Because hope, like a weed, grows where it should not. Technology has given both sides new voices. In the crowded streets of Ramallah, teenagers film their protests, their poems, their dreams. In Tel Aviv, others watch, listen, and sometimes, quietly, agree. The world online becomes another battlefield, yes, but also another meeting place. The young begin to see each other not as myths, but as faces. Still, the violence returns, again and again. Every few years, the same images, airstrikes, funerals, smoke rising over Gaza, sirens wailing in southern Israel. Each round ends the same way, with declarations, denials, promises, and silence. Each round leaves more ghosts. The land grows weary. So do its people. But history is patient. It has seen empires crumble and rise from their ashes. It knows that no wall lasts forever, no occupation endures unchallenged, and no hatred can extinguish humanity completely. In a small classroom in Bethlehem, a child writes an essay. The topic is, "What is peace?" She writes slowly, her pencil trembling. She writes that peace is when she can visit the sea. She has never seen the sea. It is less than an hour away. Somewhere else, in a synagogue in Jerusalem, an old man prays for his son serving near the border. He prays for his safety, for strength, for mercy, and quietly, for the other son, the one on the other side, whose name he does not know. The years go on. The world changes. New wars begin elsewhere. The cameras move. But the conflict remains, smaller in headlines, greater in hearts. It has become not just a political struggle, but a myth that shapes identity, a wound passed from parent to child. And yet, even wounds heal, given enough time and courage to tend them. Maybe peace will not come from presidents or prime ministers. Maybe it will come from exhaustion, from generations who decide that they are simply too tired to hate. Or maybe it will come from love, buried deep in the rubble, waiting to be found again. The day may come, perhaps far in the future, when the walls are gone. When a train runs from Haifa to Gaza. When children from both sides play by the same sea, and cannot remember why their grandparents fought. When the call to prayer and the Sabbath song rise together, not in rivalry, but in reverence. History will not remember the treaties. It will remember the people, those who suffered, those who resisted, those who believed in something better. And when the final chapter is written, perhaps it will not be about war at all. Perhaps it will be about endurance, forgiveness, and the courage to begin again. Because the story of Israel and Palestine is not a closed book. It is a question, one that every generation must answer anew. And somewhere, in that question, there still flickers the faintest light of hope, fragile, trembling, but alive. They were born into silence. Not the silence of peace, but the kind that hums beneath the sound of drones and restless wind. Their first memories are of walls, gray, endless, scarred with graffiti that speaks in every language of pain. These are the children of the divide, born after the wars but still living in their shadows. They carry no guns, but they carry memory. They do not inherit land, but the weight of longing. In Gaza, the night sky glows with the orange of power cuts. Children learn to study by candlelight, their notebooks filled with doodles of birds and sea waves they have never seen. They know the sea exists, they can smell it when the wind shifts, but it lies beyond a border fence and a dozen checkpoints. For them, the horizon is a myth. Yet even myths sustain the spirit. They dream of it the way their grandparents once dreamed of return. In Israel, children grow up with the constant hum of readiness. Sirens are part of the rhythm of life, school drills, shelters, news alerts flashing on phones. Parents teach their kids where to hide before they teach them how to ride a bike. They grow up believing in safety, yet never truly feeling it. They are told they live in a miracle, a state reborn from ashes, but even miracles cast long shadows. Both grow up hearing stories about the other, stories shaped by fear, by loss, by myth. A Palestinian boy hears of settlers taking his uncle's land. An Israeli girl hears of rockets aimed at her city. They do not meet, but their lives mirror each other, the same fear, the same grief, the same stubborn will to survive. Somewhere in Ramallah, a young boy named Sammy sketches city skylines in the back of his schoolbook. He draws bridges, not because he has seen them, but because he imagines them. In his dreams, they stretch over walls and checkpoints, over borders and barbed wire. When his teacher asks why he draws bridges, he says quietly, because someone has to. Across the border, in Tel Aviv, a girl named Yael plays the cello by her window. Her parents survived the last war in the north. The sound of her music floats into the night, across invisible lines, through the air thick with memory. Somewhere far away, in a camp lit by a single bulb, a boy pauses, listening. He doesn't know where the sound comes from. He only knows it makes him cry. They are not enemies. They are inheritors. In the refugee camps of Lebanon, children still speak the names of villages that no longer exist, Deir Yassin, Lifta, Al-Majdal. They chant them like prayers. Their grandparents keep keys to homes long destroyed, rusted metal kept as relics of a lost world. To them, the keys are sacred. They are proof that they once belonged somewhere. In the settlements of the West Bank, children walk to school past soldiers who watch them with rifles slung across their chests. The soldiers are barely older than them. Sometimes they smile. Sometimes they do not. Both sides are trapped in roles they didn't choose. The world looks on, again, as it always has, through the lens of media, through the shallow glare of outrage and silence. But underneath the noise, something else is stirring. A quiet rebellion of empathy. In Jerusalem, a group of Israeli and Palestinian teenagers meet in secret. They gather in an old library courtyard, once a neutral ground for scholars, now guarded by time and secrecy. They read poetry, Darwish and Amichai, the voices of men who both loved and mourned the same land. They don't argue. They just listen. One recites lines about olive trees. Another speaks of the smell of orange blossoms. For a few moments, the air feels lighter. These small meetings are dangerous. Hope is always dangerous here. But it happens anyway, because young hearts do not yet know how to surrender. In Gaza, a young filmmaker borrows his cousin's old camera. He films children playing soccer among the ruins, laughing as if the world were whole. When the power returns, he uploads it to the internet. Within hours, thousands watch it, from Europe, from America, from Tel Aviv. In the comments, strangers write, "They laugh like us." It is a small thing. But small things matter. For every act of defiance, there is an act of creation. Murals bloom on walls. Songs rise from alleys. Poetry spills from cracked notebooks. These children, who have seen so much destruction, create beauty as an act of survival. It is not innocence, it is resistance. On a rooftop in Bethlehem, a group of young people launch kites. Each kite carries a name, of a friend, a brother, a father, lost to the conflict. The sky fills with color, an explosion of light above the gray streets below. For once, the eyes that look upward see something other than smoke. Meanwhile, in a suburb near Haifa, a teenager scrolls through her phone, watching a video of those same kites. She doesn't know their names, but she smiles. She thinks they're beautiful. In that thought, however brief, a bridge forms, invisible, fragile, but real. It is easy to say that the young have inherited only pain. But they have inherited something else too, imagination. The ability to see beyond what their parents could. They talk in whispers about shared futures, about cities without checkpoints, about schools without fear. They draw it, sing it, dream it. Their elders tell them it's impossible. The young nod, but they keep dreaming anyway. Because in a land so old, where every stone carries a scar, dreaming is the most radical act of all. Across the desert, time moves differently. Seasons pass. Olive trees bloom and wither. Families grow, divide, migrate, return. And still the children are born, each one carrying a spark of the same question: what does it mean to belong? The boy in Gaza who sketches bridges grows older. The girl in Tel Aviv who plays the cello wins a scholarship to study abroad. They do not know each other, yet they shape each other's futures in ways unseen. When she plays in Vienna, her music is broadcast online. When he hears it, he adds it to his film. Their art meets where they cannot. The conflict may have stolen their freedom, but it cannot steal their voices. In classrooms across the region, teachers whisper lessons of empathy, careful not to be overheard. In refugee schools, volunteers translate Hebrew poems into Arabic. In Israeli art workshops, mentors teach about Palestinian calligraphy. These are small exchanges, seeds planted in rocky soil. But seeds are stubborn things. The children of the divide have learned to live with uncertainty. To laugh when power returns, to sleep through sirens, to celebrate weddings even when mourning hangs in the air. They are resilient not because they want to be, but because they must be. And through their lives, the land endures, scarred but alive, ancient but never surrendered. They are the proof that the story is not finished.